this is causing some serious problems in the Chabad movement because it is such a movement based on outreach. Although in my experience and what I've been told by folks who've grown up in the movement is that largely the kind of people that the messianist stuff appeals to are typically people like Balshuvas, people who convert back to Orthodox Judaism, and younger people. That most of the more established Chabad world doesn't really get down with this Messiah stuff. Although I think they do still control 770, which is the main synagogue in Chabad there in Brooklyn on Eastern Parkway. So the Chabad has this messianic thing going on, which is super weird and interesting. For the folks who are in Michigan who are hanging out with me in this class, you probably have never heard about this or heard about it only briefly because the Shemtov family, which is the larger Chabad family here in Michigan, is a very old Chabad family. They were sent here as shluchim, as emissaries by the Rabbi way back in the 70s or 80s, something like that. But they were the leading force in many ways of the anti-Messianist movement. They really thought the Messianist movement was dangerous. And the Shemtov family, which is very powerful here, at least in Michigan, has never been on the Messianic camp. And I don't think the Messianic camp has ever gotten a foothold in the Metro Detroit area when it comes to that stuff. That's different in other places, but I don't think that the Messianic camp has ever gotten a foothold here. But go to Brooklyn, go to 770, certainly is there. All right, the last two things I guess I'll mention before we really wrap up is the rise of the Neo-Hasidic movement. As folks know, the Neo-Hasidic movement was pioneered by folks like Martin Buber, who came out of the Hasidic world but maintained a lot of, nostalgia is not the right word, but wanted to sort of modernize and expand the Hasidic movement outside of the dynastic structure. And so many of the tales of the Hasidim and a lot of Hasidic spirituality became sort of exported out of the Hasidic world and then imported into the modern Orthodox world and the conservative world especially, and the Reconstructionist world most recently in the sort of the Chavurah movement of the 1970s. This is a period of Kahlbach and stuff like that for folks who grew up with Kahlbach and not. And so it's in that world that we have the rise of what might be called the Neo-Hasidic movement. And this movement has proven to be extraordinarily popular in the Jewish world. And there are great luminaries in the Neo-Hasidic world, folks who recently passed away like Rabbi Shlomi and Art Green, who was one of Alana's teachers actually in Hebrew College. He's probably one of the premier Neo-Hasidic leader in the world right now. This is really funny at room that I got to have a few drinks together and talk about Kabbalah briefly. I feel like I had a great honor to be able to hang out with one of the Gaons of the Neo-Hasidic movement, and so got to spend some time with Art Green when I was up in Boston with Alana. So the Neo-Hasidic movement is alive and well, and I think it's popular as ever. I would say that it's actually growing in popularity, and with folks like Joey Weisenberg and other kinds of folks who are really channeling sort of Hasidic ideas into music, that stuff is going to prove to be continually popular. The last thing I'll mention, and this is the thing I imagine some folks already know, is of course mainstream pop culture Kabbalah. The Kabbalah Center, led by Rabbi Berg, which has received a lot of criticism, but whatever, I think that it's a legit form of Kabbalah as much as anything else is, at least from an academic perspective. The Kabbalah Center is they have outfits all over the world. It's sort of franchises kind of, and they teach a very specific kind of Kabbalah that is tailored toward celebrities, basically. Now there are non-celebrities that get into it. It's a form of sort of kind of new age meets traditional Kabbalah, but this is made famous by folks like Madonna, and I think Britney Spears was into it for a while, which I think even Britney Spears has a Hebrew tattoo on the back of her neck. Some kind of Kabbalistic tattoo. I don't know whatever sense Kabbalistic tattoos make, but you go, Britney. I think she's from Mississippi, so I think we're home state people. So good. Me and Britney go back. So people like Britney Spears and Madonna have also embraced Kabbalah in a pretty profound way, and apparently, I think even Madonna quit doing concerts on Friday night because of her commitment to certain kinds of Kabbalistic beliefs. Well, I think that the Material Girl's from here, right? She's from Bay City. Madonna's from Bay City. So the Material Girl's from here. So you have Rabbi Madonna, who has gone on to become influenced very heavily by Kabbalah at some level in her spirituality, although I don't think she's ever converted to Judaism. And there are many other people who have been influenced by the Kabbalah Center. Now, the Kabbalah Center is very polarizing. It's very controversial. I think they've gotten some trouble with money stuff, unsurprisingly. A religious organization getting involved with celebrities and getting in trouble for money stuff. Could you believe that? Could you believe that? So the Kabbalah, in many ways, in the 1990s and 2000s, really went pop culture, with a lot of pop culture folks, musicians, and other folks becoming really influenced by Kabbalistic ideas, and those ideas becoming very mainstream, right? Very mainstream. Folks, Kabbalah Chai. It's gonna live. Kabbalah is gonna survive us all. It's back. The Kabbalah had gone through a couple thousand years or 1,000 years now of turns and twists and messiahs and dead messiahs, apostate messiahs, a mountain of books and commentaries. It's really gone through, I think, almost every kind of travail a religion can go through, a philosophy can go through. No philosophy that I can think of has gone through this much. Platonism or communism or whatever. Kabbalah has gone through so much, and it's had to transform and adapt itself. And when I think about the Kabbalah, is that I'm very happy and very glad to be alive now, because we're now living in, at some level, the golden age of Kabbalistic literature. More Kabbalistic literature is available to me than anyone else in history when it comes to accessible information. More Kabbalistic teachers are available. Secular Kabbalistic education is available. A class like this is a completely secular academic class on Kabbalah. Also, you can go to dozens of teachers of Kabbalah to become a Kabbalist. And Kabbalah is accessible to people it was never accessible before. Women, LGBTQ folks. It's accessible in a way that it never was before. And so I say that Kabbalah Chai, Kabbalah lives, Kabbalah will live, because we are living in an age where the Kabbalah has finally been able to, at some level, withhold its secrets. You have to work hard to become a Kabbalist. You need to learn Hebrew, learn Aramaic. You might have to move to Israel. You have to move to Brooklyn. You have to do a lot of heavy lifting if you really, really, really want to get into Kabbalah. But you can. It's there. So much of it's on the internet. Right? So much of it, you can be an interlibrary alone. You can go buy books right there on Amazon and learn secrets of the Kabbalah that would have been utterly inaccessible to 99% of the Jewish population most of history. And there they are, immediately available. Even English translations of things like the Zohar, with the Pritzker edition of the Zohar, massive 12-volume Pritzker edition. There was no standard English translation of the Zohar prior to that. Not really. And now, for the first time in history, we have access to all 12 volumes of the Zohar, and new things are coming out every day. So we're living in a golden age for the study of Kabbalah, and we're living in a golden age for those who want to be Kabbalists. And I have to say that I'm really happy, and I feel really blessed, and I feel really grateful that all of you have decided to come along with me on this 14-week journey through the history of Kabbalah, because I feel very lucky that I have the privilege and the honor to be able to learn about Kabbalah and share what little I know, and to know that there are people interested in learning about Kabbalah and learning what little I know. And so I just want to thank all of you who hung out with me over the course of the past 14 weeks to learn some Kabbalah together, and to learn about Kabbalah and learn that this tradition is beautiful and strange and science fiction-y, just all over the place, weird and wonderful. And so I just want to express my deep gratitude for everyone who's dropped in for a class or stayed for all 14 or whatever. I'm just really grateful and really blessed and feel really thankful for everyone who's had the time, who's taken the time to learn some Kabbalah with me, and given me the opportunity to learn more about Kabbalah in the preparation of this class. So that's it. Thank you. It's really an honor and a privilege to be able to come with class. And I look forward to learning with all of you soon, whether Kabbalah or not. I'd love to do it so hard. It's like my secret desire to do is to do a big Zohar class, both study Zohar and also study about Zohar. We have imagine kind of a class that would be structured like a science class, where you have the lecture and the lab. The lecture would be like this, but then we have a lab, and the lab would be like studying the Zohar, studying it. So I imagine that's my dream gig. It's a lecture lab class, and it'd be Zohar lab, which I had to say is a little more exciting to me than organic chemistry lab. So it'd be Zohar lab. So at any rate, folks, that's be up to the community, up to y'all. I mean, maybe we can do that at some point. But I guess again, I'll just end with saying thank you, and I'm so happy that folks will come along with me on this this journey. And it doesn't end here. I will definitely say that. Like I said, we're not ending with the end of Kabbalah. We're ending with ... because Kabbalah is kind of out with us all. Welcome back.
Yo, thanks, dog. Well, we're gonna continue with this stream.
Joining me as I explore the garden that is Jewish mysticism and Kabbalah. Again, if you'd like to support my work, I'm providing accessible, free, and scholarly content on topics like Kabbalah, alchemy, and the occult, magic, hermetic philosophy. Consider supporting my work on Patreon, or perhaps with a one-time donation. You can find those links below. Until next time, I'm Dr. Justin Sledge, and thank you for watching Esoterica, where we explore the arcane in history, philosophy, and religion. The mystical experience is one of profound paradox. It occurs within the profound depths of interiority, and yet it often has totally life-altering effects. It seems to impart a sense of eternal truth, though what it means is often...
Fuck yeah, everybody. Here we are again. Welcome, everyone. There's a live crowd out there, everybody. How you guys doing tonight? All right, how exciting. Another fun weekend down the drain.
Yep.
What is this, 14?
Something like that. 13 or 14.
13 or 14 Mondays in a row.
Yeah. Well, yeah. I've been doing it, though, for like 50.
Wow.
Sucks. I love Mondays. Mondays are the worst because I have a podcast I do for 3 hours. Right when...
You might too.
Let me real quick, just a thing with the Iron Patriot,
Yeah.
Comedy Patriot. Can you put your hand up on your forehead like a salute? Can you reach that? God damn, you're like a bodybuilder. You're like The Rock. He can't scratch his own forehead. All right, because if he could do that, I thought that'd be like a fun way to, like, whenever he likes a set, give them the salute.
Can you try it
Can
again?
you do a thumbs up?
I could do this, I could do this, I could do this.
Can you do a thumbs up like I just asked? There you go. Do that. Only the ones you like. And you can be as harsh about it as you want.
I will.
Remember picking up the marshmallows, though, and then, like, the first couple bowls of the box would have, like, so much marshmallows in your bowl, then that last bowl, there was, like, 1 or 2 marshmallows.
Yeah, the grainy ones, they would sink to the bottom. Yeah, it was a bummer.
I like the Lucky Charms.
Your next comedian's name is Jem. Everybody, it's Jem.
GEM.
Hi, my name is Jim. That's GEM. I recently was
Hi,
evicted.
medium showing up.
Got me thinking about when I was living in England. That's where I had the longest permanent residence of 48 months. Mostly because even in England, they don't evict you from prison. I watched a lot of the Orange and Black recently, also known as the Los Angeles bus system. Yeah. I haven't been going up because I've been dealing with the eviction for the last 2 weeks, so I'm a little rusty at this. I mean, not rusty like if I penetrate you, I'm going to give you tetanus. Chlamydia, yes, but just because the antibiotics didn't take. So what I'm saying I want to get over is 248-952-7290 is my number if you need some medical cannabis. Please feel free to call me. 248-952-7290. 952-7290.
This guy is gonna be huge.
Chlamydia, yes, but just because the antibiotics didn't take. So what I'm saying I want to get over is 248 48 months. Mostly because even in England, they don't evict you from prison. I watched a lot of the Orange and Black recently, also known as the Los Angeles bus system. Yeah. I haven't been going up because I've been dealing with the eviction for the last 2 weeks, so I'm a little rusty at this. I mean, not rusty like if I penetrate you, I'm going to give you tetanus. Chlamydia, yes, but just because the antibiotics didn't take. So what I'm saying I want to get over is 248-952-7290 is my number if you need some medical cannabis. Please feel free to call me. 248-952-7290. That's GEM. Thank you very much.
So you never intended to do stand-up comedy. You just faked it until you got to the phone number to call for cannabis.
I'm calling for a
Was that it?
West Hollywood band. Because now you have to make me fucking edit out a fucking phone number, make me do work.
Oh, poor Brian.
Is that a real phone number?
Thanks a lot, Dick.
Wow, this is turning ugly. What? So you keep standing like you're looking confused. What did you just do? Did you attempt some jokes? You attempted some jokes and put in the phone number of the place you actually work for.
No, that's my number. Oh, that seems like a
This is your home number?
Well, I only have a phone. I mean, I don't have a home, so I got a business, so I don't even know. I want to sell some weed, so I get to place motherfucking live. You know what I'm saying? You hear what I'm saying? I mean,
now I'm getting it.
Okay, cool.
Jesus, so
It's
y'all
like in a movie, though, super high.
security, comedy patriot.
It was much better than that guy that took your idea and did that super size me thing. That guy Morgan Spurlock who stole your idea. It was much better than that.
That's a fun twist you put on that. But
Yeah.
seriously, if someone calls you at that number and you can buy some weed, you'll sell them weed, but you're not a dispensary or
I am
it's not
of
legal.
course I'm a dispensary.
You are?
Yeah, anybody that needs weed, I will dispense it to them.
This guy really got into his stride during the back and forth portion, as opposed to the actual stand-up.
What if somebody that listens to this, because people around the world listen to this,
I will ship it anywhere in the United States. Ship it out right there. I mean, how are they going to catch me? I don't have anywhere to live, so I'm just roaming the streets, you know? They call
Do you
me.
want to be a stand-up comedian?
Huh?
I mean, all they would have to do if they didn't.
What do you mean? I'm standing up here. I'm making you laugh even. Come on. You're laughing out
I'm
there.
kind of laughing at
Why are you
what I'm
saying that?
thinking
Why are
about what
you
you're
saying
saying.
Why are you saying that, though, really?
I'm just saying,
You didn't like either one of those 3 jokes? I did do 3 jokes.
You did. Let's let the patron handle this.
Doug, a little backstory on this guy. He went to jail for 2 years for selling Molly over in Europe.
35 months, actually.
See, I thought there was some truth to that story, and that's why the first thing I asked you is what the fuck just happened, like because I don't know what's real and what isn't. And you guys have seen him before?
Yes, anytime.
5th time.
I don't know if it's many times. I think it's been twice.
3 or 4.
What?
5th
He
time.
says 5 times,
Oh,
Tony.
Jesus Christ, Jen, we got to take a break with you, buddy. I didn't know that was
Yeah.
happening. I don't think anybody's ever gotten on.
Oh, it can't be the same person week after week after week.
And you don't use this. I've been skipping weeks. I've been skipping weeks. Though. You don't use this show as a commercial, man. You don't give your phone number out because I have to edit it out.
Yeah, real bummer.
I mean, there's like responsibilities.
Or because he might leave it in. You'll get some fucked up calls if he leaves it in.
Oh yeah, half of me wants to just leave it in. That might be smell.
He's saying leave it in because he knows it might be somebody who wants to buy some.
Yeah, I got some weed.
But it
You know,
doesn't sound terribly legit. It doesn't sound.
You know what I'm saying? I got some weed. You know, you want to buy some weed? That's what I'm saying.
Yeah,
Sorry to tell you
yeah,
that.
that's not.
I know.
That's still not legal in California.
I know. Whatever.
Doing it that way, you got to start a dispensary.
Thanks for wasting my time.
There goes everybody, Jen.
Thank you.
Thank you, Jim.
Selling pot, obviously. Really hot stock right now to get in the pot selling market.
It just reminds me of that expression that I now think is absolutely true. They can't all be gems. It's what people say.
So
like
true.
that's a standard line when the joke doesn't work.
Oh, I know this lovely lady. I do believe this is her first time performing here. Her name is Courtney Mollet,
Hello. So I've noticed a lot of people in this town are flakes. It's like all my friends keep telling me that they're gonna kill themselves and then they don't. So it's just like how am I supposed to trust them after that? You know? Also, I'm from like a really, really small town where pretty much everyone is related. So it just makes me wonder, like, is it still incest if it's your sixth cousin in a row? I guess after like the fourth and fifth, you just kind of stop counting. Okay. Also, my boyfriend just dumped me while I was in the shower, I think to avoid an argument. So I got out anyways. I was like, I've had it up to here with you. I would say here, but I forgot to shave. So use your imagination. Thank you.
You got a little mean at the end there.
I don't think that last joke worked, but the earlier ones
Totally.
totally worked. It's it's an audience of people that are waiting up to get to come up and tell their jokes. So like it's that there were laughs at all is probably pretty encouraging.
Right, very much so. What was that first one about again?
My friends made flakes because they won't kill themselves.
Right. I would say that's such a good premise to keep thinking of other ways other than suicide. Like if you could think about other things people say that they're going to do. Or even more on the suicide thing. I'm not exactly sure. Sometimes I can think of these things on this.
It might have been, suicide might have been a little heavy out of the gate too.
Right.
You
It
never
could be
know.
an easier setup.
You never know if that joke would work better a couple jokes in. But
Right.
again, this is a specific format that you'll never have to recreate in your entire career. There's never anywhere where you just do a 1 minute set. So this is special.
Right.
And just a chance to workshop it. Were you happy with it?
Well, I mean, I usually like to breathe a little bit more in between jokes, but that was
Yeah, right? Like a minute, you feel like you gotta rush to get it all in. So that's another thing. But instead of breathing, maybe, just say something in between the jokes about, that you just sort of say spontaneously. I don't know how spontaneous you want to be as a performer or how planned out. But, like we learned earlier tonight, this isn't going great. It's always a hilarious thing to say between jokes. I'm just kidding. I like those first few jokes.
Yeah,
and then,
totally.
I just didn't buy the armpit thing.
Right. Totally.
No body hair.
Right.
No, that's not necessarily true. There's no rules.
Just the armpits. I'm a normal person.
Yeah. Also, maybe it was because what you're wearing when you raised your hand up, the audience didn't go, because they would have seen armpit hair if you had a lot of it, right?
Yeah, maybe I should make armpit hair.
No, wear sleeves.
Right.
Wear sleeves.
Okay.
Yeah, you're learning the wrong lesson. No, but that was good. I like her. You're
Courtney
friends with her,
Mollet?
Tony? How do you know her?
She
past ding donger on the Ding Dong
She
Show.
used to be a ding donger. What, is she not crazy enough to stay a ding donger? Is that what happened? Well, this girl's kind of normal. Get her the fuck out of here. She doesn't even need to shave her pits. We don't need that.
That's
We need
hilarious.
some hairy pit weirdos who like to drop dogs.
She's at Courtney Mollet on Twitter with a K, KORTNEYMOLLE.
It's very funny.
Your next comedian is Norman Towns.
Alright, this happened to me the other day too. So, don't try to give me advice and try to encourage me when you need advice and encouragement too. There was this guy that I was talking to, he was like, hey, listen here, man, you do anything you want to do in this life. Like anything you want to do, all you have to do is shoot for the stars. Just shoot for the stars. He's like, all right, hold on 1 second, please. Everybody hands and feet inside the ride at all times, please. And pull over the top for emergency exit. But like I was saying, just shoot for the stars. And in my mind, I'm like, okay, so like, what do you do? Like, why are you here? He's like, every time when you shoot for the stars, the gun gets jammed. And you really don't go where you're supposed to go. And I was like, all right, like, that's how it's supposed to go.
That's funny. Good because sometimes the gun gets jammed.
Is that it?
Yeah, I can keep
Okay, no. I just didn't hear any bears or anything, so I wasn't sure.
I was like,
Because we wouldn't normally jump in and start talking while there's still
Right.
time, right? But I would say, like Tony responded to the shoot for the stars, gun is jam part. So maybe the whole thing about it turns out he's a guy working at an amusement park that seems maybe a little bit convoluted. And also reminded me of Maria Bamford's joke where the girl from high school is being really condescending about her comedy, and then it ends with debit or credit. Like it turns out that she's at the Kmart or whatever.
Right.
So but the shoot for the stars and the gun jam is like that's the part that you should figure out a way to build on.
okay.
Yeah, that's a good line, you know.
Yeah.
It's just also weird that maybe that's the joke is how weird it is that a guy operating a riot is that philosophical and really telling. Why is he telling you about your life? You just met him. You're just getting on the ride. Like, why is he even telling you all that shit?
And then another funny thing is, what on top of that is he's so philosophical and he's working there, and that's his big explanation about his life with that speech impediment that you're giving that character for a guy who sounds like that, which I don't think you even mentioned. You just say that you do it. I mean, you just go right into it. But the fact that his thing is, however you say, shoot for the stars or whatever, however he said it. There's something funny in the fact that that's his philosophy on life. So that's his end game, and he can't even say it properly, you know?
Yeah. It's hard to give people advice when you have a speech impediment.
Yeah.
And it was a wooden roller coaster the whole time. It wasn't even one of the new ones.
Wait, what? Oh, double burn.
O'Brien.
Double burn. Not only is it the amusement park, it's also a wooden coaster. That's at Norman Towns on Twitter. Norman Towns.
Thank you, Norman.
Heck yeah, buddy. Interesting. Shecky Green, everybody. Shecky Green. That's a new one. Haven't seen Shecky Green. Uh-oh. You know what happens if a comedian doesn't show up? They get blacklisted. We really got this thing worked out. That's the best reaction ever. He knocked over your horse. That's all it is he makes a bunch of sounds and the person doesn't get to do the show again.
That was intense blacklisting. I thought you had like a clipboard and a piece of paper and you crossed his name out, but fucking Comedy Patriot just shot that guy down. I mean, that is the name of a famous comedian, Shecky Green, so we should have seen that coming.
Oh,
Somebody playing around.
oh, how dare they?
Yeah, comedians with their sense of humor.
I bet that guy's one of the funniest ones.
Or was the real Shecky Green, like, changed his mind when he saw what was really
That'd be
happening?
crazy.
He wanted to reach out to the young people with 1 minute of new humor, and then saw what happened to everybody else.
I know this guy. This guy's a funny comedian out of Boston. I do believe he's done the show before. His name is Matt Devlin, everybody.
Sorry if I was being a dick earlier. Anxious. Right, start your time.
Hear anything.
If Bill Higgs killed Billy Ray Cyrus when he wanted to, I'd have had nothing to jerk off to this morning.
That's a funny joke. Shout out to Miley.
Except for the Yosemite fire,
I want to ride roller coasters with her. You're like, I think I gotta piss.
which I've been jerking off to since I started it. That's the last time I ever get to tell that joke. Thank you very much.
Yeah, I don't even know if it's worth it to give notes on such dated material or material that's going to die soon, but
Yes, finished.
that's good stuff. Yeah, and I also liked hearing you say the word "started" because it reminded me that you're from Boston, the way you said it. But two funny jokes.
Yeah, definitely. It's interesting, topical, fun. I mean, it's not really that topical though. I mean, you can always replace a tragedy with that type of the way that you say those things. That works for you, you know. And you believe in it. That's why you're saying it. So you can always just slide in the new thing. I mean, that happened.
Yeah, just say
today,
about some new things.
right.
Like when other things happen, go up and say something about that.
To do a new forest fire.
That's Tony's advice.
Well, there's always something terrible happening.
Yeah. Just put a new terrible thing in there. Hey, Miley Cyrus, avalanche in Norway.
Well, the way he says it, I believe that I can almost picture him jerking off to something evil.
I see what you mean. The
Hey,
jerking
look at this
off
guy.
part. I get you now. Now that does make sense. That you could jerk off to any horrible event. Let's keep our fingers crossed that something happens.
I'm sure it will, Doug. I'm sure it will.
Oh my God! Can you imagine, like, oh, Sandy Hook, you know, that kind of thing?
That was a beauty.
All right.
I got that one on TiVo.
Man, so you're ready to go super dark.
Totally.
You're not afraid.
Straight up.
All right, dude.
Thank you.
Good luck with that. Good job.
Yeah, that's great. Unbelievable, right?
Yeah. So good. I thought I was going to offend everyone when I said that. He just ran with it.
Oh, yeah.
Got some laughs.
Trace Stewart.
Audience favorite.
He's here.
Hey guys, it's good to be here. I'm happy. If you couldn't tell, I'm gonna get my haircut tomorrow, and finally found somebody comfortable with touching my hair. Last guy I went to was terrible. He didn't know what he was doing. I should have knew he didn't know what he was doing from the first thing he said. I sat in this chair. He's like, yeah, I got you. But before I cut you, there's something that you need to know. Sometimes niggas make mistakes. It's like, you know what? You're right, because I almost made one. Let me out the back of this van, because I did not think this one through. Thank you guys. I've been trying.
Couple good twists there at the end. Appropriate use of the N-word.
Yeah.
Well, it wasn't offensive in any way. It's just how somebody spoke that wasn't him.
Only used 35 seconds.
Yeah, it was quick. You just wanted to try that one joke. Maybe figure out some ways to shape the setup a little bit because it was all mostly setup. You know?
Yeah. Say the N-word more.
Yeah, well, maybe not say more, but like maybe more of that, you know, the way that guy talks or something before you get out of the van. But haircut in the back of the van, I like that.
Oh, thank you.
There's nothing to complain about.
Right.
You just need about 70 more of those, and then you'll have an act.
Thank you. Thank you.
I love
70 more, but you know what I mean.
I love the backwards hat. The charisma.
Well, now we're getting into. I haven't been critiquing people based on appearance, really.
No, I just just love a.
The hat kind of like to me covered up the. I was like, oh, when you brought up your hair, I was like, oh, so he's getting a cut tomorrow. Does it look terrible under there right now?
It's a mess.
Yeah, but what if maybe the joke's funnier if you come out with that messed up hair. And the first thing you say is, get my hair cut tomorrow. I don't know. I don't really like those kind of visual jokes as a general rule, but sometimes they're fun. Can you show us what it looks like under there?
Or you could say,
let's see it. That's the worst haircut I've ever seen. No, I know how that is, though. I mean, I'm in desperate need of a cut right now, so I hear you.
There you go. If there's any barbers around.
No, I mean, it's just your own personal, you know what I mean?
Trey Stewart.
Just because you think your hair looks terrible, other people might just be like, it's fine, dude. Don't worry about it.
What kind of haircut do you have under there, Patriot?
I just got my haircut last week on a film called Vatican Tapes. I was a priest.
So they cut it super short?
I was just an extra, of course. Anytime I say it, I'm an extra. But yeah, they cut it short, and I was looking pretty good. I'm happy with it. I saved the money. I didn't have to go to Supercuts and spend like $25.
Or 12. You
I give a $10 tip, though. I like my haircut.
You probably sweat less in that thing with shorter hair.
Yeah.
Right?
I got an undersuit specially designed so I don't sweat. It's a moisture management Cool Max spandex.
Some of the girls in the audience tonight want to know what you look like.
They can go to my Facebook page if they want to check out and see what I look like.
Oh, yeah?
Yeah.
All right. So do that. He's not about revealing himself tonight. Maybe the bus driver. What about, do you drink alcohol?
Once I leave the house, I don't drink a drop because I don't want to have to go to the bathroom. I make sure to go before I go, and there's no more drinking to be done.
Because of the suit.
Yeah, I can't go to the bathroom. I don't want any problems happening.
You could just have depends on.
I don't wear diapers. I don't like this. I'm acclimated. I already do all that shit when I'm at home during the afternoon. I got this down to a science right now.
Hey, what's up, Holly? Ladies and gentlemen.
Holy shit, Pauly Shore is here, everybody.
Patriot, take it easy.
Yeah, don't try to throw him out. This is his castle.
Yeah.
You asshole. You can
Wherever you want.
cruise through in there, yeah.
Sandy Danto. Put your hands together for Pauly Shore and Sandy Danto, everybody. Celebrity guests.
Dude, where are we supposed to go?
Oh, shit. That's so great. Fuck yeah.
Well, if you guys have any opinions about any of these acts,
Of course.
let us know. They've got 1 minute to try their stuff out on us.
Get in there. Fuck yeah.
Here we go.
Comedians do 60 seconds, and then we try to tag their stuff or talk with them about it, see what's going on. This guy, Jesus Christ. Put your hands together for Tommy Lee, everyone. Somehow he gets on every fucking week.
So, my dad doesn't really approve of me doing comedy at all. He's still kind of pleased. Like, yeah, he went to Princeton. He got his master's from Columbia. He got his PhD from Stanford. He's a dick. That's what that means, really. You know how hard it is to get approval from someone with 3 Ivy League degrees? Like, telling my dad I didn't get into Princeton was like coming out of the closet in a conservative Christian family. Just the amount of shame I felt. Like, Dad, I'm sorry. Didn't get in. You what? God damn it, I knew you were different from day one. Should've been hanging out with your Uncle Tony. Get the fuck out.
Alright, interesting. So it's a joke about how you're disappointing your dad by not going to college.
But I get into Princeton.
Princeton.
Yeah.
Did you go to college?
Yeah.
Where'd you go?
University of Miami.
Why didn't you go to Princeton?
I didn't get in.
Whoa.
How do you get into University of Miami? You just have to write party across your forms. Big letters.
No, I just glad I got in.
What'd you major in there?
was a double major in economics and film studies.
Oh, interesting. All right. I didn't love it. I couldn't relate to it really at all.
Can I remind you guys what happened with him the last 2 times? The last 2 times, remember he was talking about how creepy it was, and you guys were discouraging him from that. And then he had a show that wasn't very good ironed. I think that looks better. I think he's making some progress this week.
You know, of course the Iron Man is concerned about iron shirts.
Right.
And,
Yeah, I iron all my shit at home.
all right, don't move like that ever again.
Jesus.
But,
It sounded like you were talking to like a psychiatrist or something at some point. It's like you were just really like almost doing a narration of your life. Like again, there was a lot of setup that wasn't tagged, or it was more like story based.
and hard to relate to. Like, a lot of us don't have problems with our parents because of not getting into Harvard. I'd imagine every single one of us. So that's kind of like, you either have to figure out a way to make that more accessible or, try something else. But congratulations on Comedy Patriot liking your shirt.
I guess I was just trying to play with the high expectations thing, but I guess I'm not really sure how to do that.
No, it's not like what you just did was awful. Like, just keep going at it. It's just for some reason that didn't land.
Okay, cool.
And also, he's on too much. You were like, when you put his name, you're like, Jesus, how do you get on again?
Yeah. How many times have you gone on? Like 4 or 5 times?
Like 4.
Yeah, so maybe come back in
Seems like 6
how
or
many
7.
weeks? When can he come back? Like 2 weeks? 3?
Yeah, I think Tommy and
You gotta come up with rules about this stuff.
Tommy and Jem have to both take a couple weeks.
Is he the same guy that the first 2 times he went on stage you didn't pay attention
Yeah,
because it bored you so
I
much?
purposefully paid extra hard attention. I was able to stay in the pocket on this one, and for nothing. I mean, I really didn't end up. Right. I wish
It was
I
not
would.
rewarding, but
I wish I would have daydreamed at that one as well. And,
I love that you have to schedule daydreaming time during these
Right.
1-minute segments. Thank you so much. This place is amazing.
Right.
It is.
You spill a drink, and 2 minutes later, you got a new drink.
I just can't wait until you're just a couple sips in and somebody else gets blacklisted. Just
Oh my God! I don't think I'll be surprised by it again the next time.
Bobby Lee, everybody. Hey, Bobby.
Wow.
Kill Tony regular.
Bobby Lee walking out the door, everybody. In and out, Bobby Lee.
Your next comedian's name is Scott Kidd, everyone. I'm just disappointed in something.
How's it going, everybody? Hey, Iron Patriot, you say you drive a Nissan Versa?
Yeah.
Is it blue?
Wait.
Oh, damn. Thought maybe he was the one with the Amber Alert. I wasn't sure. Oh, man.
You should be ready for when they might not say the exact response you're hoping for.
Yeah. Oh, well.
But I'm sorry to take your time.
No problem. All right, so I work in a casino with a lot of Asians, and I've come across this, what is it called? One of those things that you have when you, like, realize something. Realizations. And that's that China doesn't really have to send troops over to take over America. They can just send a bunch of hot Asian women, and we'll do whatever the fuck they want. I mean, they don't need to worry about, or we don't need to worry about dictators as much as we need to worry about dick teasers. Speaking of things made in China.
Oh, you brought up the bear. You went over your time. Slow it down. Everybody relax. The bear is out.
I would kind of enjoy a whole set of joke doesn't work. Wah, wah,
I really would.
everyone.
That's exactly what I was going to
Yeah.
say. I mean,
That's a
I
fun
don't know.
thing to say. Dude.
Like, I mean, that could go either way. You could end up, that could be, you could be if you really stuck with that as your comedic voice and was just you floated it out there and then just, the way you did it, it was like,
Maybe also like a
like
ton
you were
of,
conducting an orchestra of wah-wah.
and then maybe you can also be the guy that doesn't remember words like realization.
Yeah, like take
You know, like it's like always take a long time trying to think of words. You should pretty much know that word.
Yeah.
If it's in your joke you're trying to tell.
Right.
That's the last time you should be grasping for
I'd say spend like 5 minutes trying to figure it out.
Brian. Brian's like the, he's the shitty advice.
Yeah, I'm the shitty advice.
Yeah. He just wants to make that bear sound. That's all he cares about. And you only have like 3 play-on songs? Is that what's happening?
What's that?
How many songs do you have to play them on? Because
I can play
so
anything I want.
yeah, play it. Everybody gets a
What would
different
you
one.
like to hear?
Just anything, but it's just fun to have a different person get a song. And I thought the banjo music when the black guy was coming up seemed racist to me.
Whoa.
But then it turned out it was Price is Right. I didn't realize there was banjo in Price is Right.
It's banjo. Can I hear a little bit of that?
Yeah, 70s Price is Right banjo.
Price is Right starts a little racist.
No, that's Price is Right. That's Price is Right?
Yeah.
Oh, maybe Match Game.
No, it was
There you go, that. Here comes the black guy! Didn't seem right. But he's only got a minute, so he didn't say anything about it. Oh my god, he was cool about it. So anyway, what you did was fun. It wasn't necessarily, I'd lose the gum next time you go on stage. And just these simple things, right, Polly? These simple things. But yeah, keep doing what you're doing.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Wah, wah.
Yeah.
There you go. Scott Kidd.
No, you have to stay. Oh, here we go. Polly has something.
See, all these people that come up here and they're not connecting with the audience. See how these guys are connecting with the audience. So the thing that's the most important about comedy is not the jokes at all. It's about you guys connecting. And you're not connecting. You're like staring up in space. Like, fuck around a little and then go into your material. Let the audience touch you, feel you, be connected to them, and then fuck do your stuff. But don't just go into your shit. You know what I mean? Like, that's what's great about David Letterman. You ever see David Letterman? He's fucking around a lot. He's having fun. He's connecting with people. So just try to connect. Get out of your head about the material. It's not about the material. All right, who's next?
Yeah, if you have, that's a good point. If you have like one joke, that's probably only going to take like 30 seconds of your minute. So you can ease into it. Yeah. Good advice.
Build on the connection. Love it. Oh, that's right. I picked one. His name is Kenny Lyon. There he is, Kenny Lyon.
That's another option. No music. Hey, Kenny.
Bye.
Okay, a little bit too much. Look what you did. Look what you just I would have lost it if he spent 2 minutes connecting with the audience. Like, just apply that advice immediately.
A lot of people want
Hit the bear. No.
Paulie has a good point. We should be helping, not hurting.
Hey, shut the fuck up. Wait up.
That's true.
Let me tell a joke. Shut up. Alright. A lot of people talk bad about ruthless people. I don't understand why nobody takes their emotions into consideration. I mean, who stole their root?
Ruthless people, we don't appreciate them because their roots got stolen.
Wait, what is it?
Their roots got jacked, so they're ruthless.
Hey, what?
Some comedy's just for me. I'm the only one against this guy, so fucking let him finish.
Oh my god. That was the saddest kiss bump I've ever seen in my life. Thanks for sticking by me, Doug.
What else you got? Is that it? There was the getting to know the audience part, and then the ruthless joke. It's a start.
1, 2, 3, go.
You got one more joke you can tell us?
Yeah. Bought a ticket to a rave concert, everyone. Worst decision I made, 2013. This guy by the name of David Guetta was on stage. I don't know. I'm a kind of shit. I started yelling from the crowd, David, get out of here!
So I look forward to lots more pun-oriented material from you, man.
That's great.
Fucking love it. Every time you come on, man, I just love you. You're one of my favorite people.
Excuse me for Jem's bullshit.
Who do you work with him?
Well, what do you have to do with Jem?
You sharing a landline with him or something?
I used to live in his apartment because my mom was tripping too much, and
Save that minute for next time. That's a good story. You lived with Jem and your mom was tripping. I like it.
There he goes, everybody. Penny Lion. We're
Thanks,
flying
dude.
now.
Get out of here!
A lovely young lady. I know her. She's been doing this a while. Glad that she's in attendance. I put your hands together for the great Stephanie Safari, everybody.
Thank you for having me, fellas. Ollie Shore, good to see you. Alright. Oh, my shoes broke. I'm afraid that I'm gonna lose my ability to be a romantic because I've been living in LA and fucking all my friends for too long. You know? I'm sorry, not fucking, hooking up with. You can't fuck your friends, it ruins your friendship, but you can let them go down on you, that's totally fine. But sometimes I listen to love songs on the coast, you guys know that?
Yeah.
I listen to it to test just how lonely I actually am. Like how many Fidel songs before I just drive my car off the road. Like what? But I hate it because the woman always has that like really soft DJ voice where she's like, "This is Delilah. This song goes out to Mindy from Chris. He loves you so much. You're the future mother of his children. You're a real catch, right?" And then it's like weird lines with Robin Thicke or something. But I wish it would get real. I wish she would be like, "This song goes out to Mindy from Chris. Thanks for licking his balls and comment, and swallowing, even though you guys don't know each other that well, you know."
Closes on the bear.
Look, Brian, my shoe was broken, shit got fucked up,
And that's why I gave you 1 minute and 15 seconds.
I earned those 15 seconds.
That flew by. I didn't notice the extra 15 seconds.
You're lost in her beauty, right?
Well, not just that, but she, you know, you're engaging and talking about stuff that I understood and could relate to. You know, Polly had something to say, Brian.
Right.
Camera, like, done up. Like, she look no, you're hot right now. But I'm just saying, you know, she'd be good on Chelsea.
Yeah, you're hot right now, fresh out of bed. What would you be like if
Until about 4:30.
No, like on Chelsea lately doing the panel or something like that. Like, I think she'd be good. So, I think she's got something.
Totally. Sandy, what's up? Any tags or anything to that minute or anything?
I wasn't really paying attention.
You heard that's the second time I've ever done that joke, and you heard it the first time. And you were like, "Good premise, needs work."
Oh, yeah.
That's what you said.
I wasn't paying attention to that either.
Fucking guy.
I thought it does need work, but you just have to keep doing it.
Yeah.
Yeah, you kind of threw away the blurred lines thing. Like, it might be better if you just pick a song that's just absolutely inappropriate for what you just set up.
Well,
I think
sometimes I like to say "Into the Mystic" by Van Morrison. That's my favorite song.
I think you gotta
That's
do
romantic, though.
But
Isn't it?
as the second
Blurred
song.
lines work because it's relevant.
Right.
Yeah.
Always gotta be changing that. And do a DJ. You have a deep, sexy DJ voice. You have a face for radio. So use it. When you do that bit,
Face for radio is not a compliment, right?
when you do that bit, go into a radio DJ's kind of.
Delilah.
That's what I mean.
No, but I
mean,
mean,
hey, you were quoting her, not
Right.
doing her. You were just saying what she said.
Exactly.
Yeah,
You can get into it. You know,
Yeah.
be a radio DJ.
Right.
They have a certain way that they speak.
Yeah.
Yeah,
Act it out. Act that shit out, girl.
Yeah, the part where you're doing Delilah, it seems to be, you know, the strongest. You know, when you hit that, when you start going dirty with it, so you can really get more into the Delilah part, especially.
Yes.
Everybody catches on. They've all with it. That's something everybody can relate to. Is Delilah for some weird reason. I think it's something everybody's heard at some point.
Yeah.
Sometimes you're just stuck with
It
it.
must be like 110 by now. I feel like she's on the radio forever.
Right. I can't imagine.
Yeah, every city has that kind of station where she's super serious reading those letters
Yeah.
people said. Like, what the fuck? Somebody sends in a letter to a radio,
Yeah, like,
like
have
an
you heard of
email,
Spotify?
and it's always like, oh, I just want to let so-and-so know I love him. That guy's not fucking listening to love songs on the coast, waiting to hear a mention from his, just walk across the room and tell him that you love him. Don't make him listen to a whole night of Barry Manilow songs just to get to that. So, but it's definitely a right premise.
It seems like it's something you'd want to do to somebody that you don't like or love. Like, throw their name out there.
That's a great idea.
Yeah.
I'm going to do that.
Right.
How do you, it's so radio, like, how can you play it on somebody listening? That's a good shout out.
It's interesting.
Thank you guys.
Thank you.
Thank
Good
you,
job.
guys.
You never hear of anybody, like, awesome doing that. You never hear, like, a celebrity, like, hey, this goes out to the Angelina Jolie. Brad Pitt really wants you to know that he loves you.
That would be awesome.
Like, it's never people that are, like, making it. So it's sort of sad.
Yeah, it is.
You know, the shout-outs and stuff. Like, oh, I just want to let you know that I love you. I know we're struggling right now financially, but he just wants to let you know via radio because it's free. And it seems nice. He's going to play probably your second
He's like,
favorite
come
song.
on, baby, let's listen to Coast for 2 more hours. Why do we have to listen to this shit? Don't worry about it, baby. I just really want to listen to it tonight. Because something might happen.
Because I love you.
Yeah.
I'll show you how much I love you by the end of the night. Your next comedian's name is Frank Castillo, everyone. Frank Castillo.
Hey, guys. How we doing? See everyone. I had a tough day at work today. Mostly because I don't take my job very seriously. It was weird because my manager pulled me off the bar. He was like, hey, I was watching you when you weren't noticing me. You're doing an amazing job. Really nice. Connect to everyone. What he didn't know was that I was really high. The worst part about it was that everyone else was. So he was like, all right, this is what we're going to do. Everyone needs to be more like Frank. So we're going to have you write a list of why you're so awesome, why you're a great employee. Step 1 was just relax. Step 2 was just fucking kick it. He loved it. He was like, that's a great goals list.
Well, very exciting.
Sorry, I was like, in a bag, you can use a restroom. Oh yeah, when you get surprised that it's your turn, that can be frustrating. When you ran up here, the room's barely big enough to get into a run, and so I kind of knew something was up. And then Brian also, that's the thing that's fun about changing the song every time is because you have to come up to some fucked up intro music sometimes. You just have to deal with it. And that was a terrible choice, Brian. That wouldn't pump them up at all. That was like the most mellow, weird thing that you played.
Stephanie Says by the Velvet Underground.
Yeah, sure. Yeah, people love to come on to that. Hey, everybody. So I commend you for just being enthusiastic and getting through your thing. And this is a personal thing for me. I always don't like it when somebody that is at your stature talks a lot about like having a day job and real work and stuff like that, because it just sort of like you're up here to entertain everybody. You should just be a comic. But that's my personal thing. A lot of comics have great jokes about their day jobs or whatever. So, but just for me, that just kind of takes me out of it. Just makes me like, oh, well, he's not really a comic. He's got a job, you know what I mean? But that's just me. So if you can come up with a funny enough take on it, and maybe even like said it in the past, like make it the job you had before being a stand-up. So everybody relates to the fact that you had to work, but you didn't have to do it today. Because like we just paid to see you, man, and you just came from Staples where you had this list of rules about kicking it. You know what I mean? But and also that like didn't pay off really, but I like the idea of it. Like everyone should be like you is kind of a fun premise. But like maybe you should figure out a way to make it like your boss has no idea that you're high all the time, and then all the attributes of being high make for a great employee. Yeah.
Right. And I'd also be more clear on the back end of that, which, by the way, the first thing, I agree with what Doug says about that. It just sort of feels a little bit icky, even though people do have good jokes with their day job, but you could just flip that to the past tense, because honest. And
Before I started doing comedy, I had this job where
I used to work at,
yeah,
you know. But
just
and also
be a comedian. Don't be a guy with a job.
and on the back end of it, I don't know where you're planning to put the punchline that it's missing, but I think you lose everybody a little bit when you're talking about the list of the two things, and we don't know whether you're making the list or if they're making the list, or if the other. It seems almost like the other employees were asked to make a list as to what makes you. Just got very confusing.
Yeah, they shouldn't just jump right to just fuck off or chill out or whatever. Like it should be like all the things that somebody who's stone working at a job might be like. Be polite, be friendly, be laugh at their jokes. List all these things that like, well, a high person would do all of that without necessarily being a great employee. That's what you're doing when you're high. Yeah. I think you can do it, Brian. Yeah, there you go.
I love it. There he goes, everybody. That's at Frank C. Comedy. Frank C. Comedy on Twitter. Later, Polly.
Polly's out.
Polly George, Sandy Danto.
Oh shit.
Yes, what?
I almost met you in 2007. You know the Addison Improv in Dallas? You were going to get some food, and I
No, it's nobody we know. He's a fan of podcasts.
But anyway, I was playing videos in this place called Go Fish, and the manager told me that you came to the door. You wanted sushi. We served sushi, but we didn't have a sushi bar, and so you didn't come in. You said you went somewhere else. But my manager told me after it was over, and I said, "What? You didn't come get me?" Because I had Pauly Shore's dead on video. I could have played it while you were eating dinner. We had a conversation with you. Dude, I was in a...
He insists on having his movie played every time he eats dinner anywhere, so you were on track with that.
Just a couple comments about what I witnessed. You guys should really be, what's the word, thankful that these guys are giving you guys tips. Because back in the day, like, you didn't get this shit. Like, I'm sitting here, like, listening to you people up here, and I think it's hard to just stand up. I get it. Like, but to do it here and this, but then they give you correct, constructive criticism, and I think it's really cool that these guys are doing that. So the more people that can come here and do this, I think it'll help you guys a lot, because you're all comics, right? Most of you guys? No? You guys just came in?
Yeah.
Some people come to watch, but it's a lot of the audience is the
I don't
comics.
really get that, so.
Yeah, Pauly Shore, everybody. Thanks for coming. And Sandy Danto. At Sandy Danto. Is it Pauly Shore? Pauly M. Shore?
I mean, not only are we doing this, but they took 4 minutes out of their day to watch 3 comedians.
Right.
Yeah,
Exactly.
it was nice.
Yeah.
It took longer than 4 minutes, but you know what I mean.
Well,
I got things to do.
as the clock rolls, we're going to roll into our final segment. This is, we have two.
Wait a second. I thought it was just give constructive criticism.
No, it is. Our final segment is two young ladies who have basically started here about 13 weeks ago and have been doing open mics and working the circuit. One of them dropped out of college and went to chase her dream of being a stand-up. And so these two girls each do a minute, and so they're the only two regulars, so we're just done with the bucket.
Fuck the bucket?
Fuck the bucket.
There's a lot of names in there.
What are you going to do with it?
I don't know. It's not bad. I thought we were going to go through everybody.
I wish we had that much time.
No. I understand. You guys have your restrictions, but I dig it. Let's do what you do.
I love it. Awesome. Well, as always, I'm always very excited about this. You know her from the very first Skill Tony when she was the only female in the room. And when my guest said, "Is there no woman that wants to do this show?" She ran up on stage and it began there. She's here tonight. At Sarah Dresses on Twitter, but her name is Sarah Mustajabi, everyone.
I'm Sarah Dresses on Twitter too. I was talking to my mom about life this past week, and she said if I wanted answers, I needed to find God. I told her the only man-made thing that ever answers me is Google. I get these
you build up, Tony? Is that what happened?
I don't know.
No, I've had to write a new minute every
You written a new minute for all
every
7
week
weeks?
every week since I started doing comedy.
Well, that's good. That's,
We're raising little baby assassins here.
I'm not sure if any of those particular jokes worked. I missed
Right.
the joke on that last
Yeah, I don't get why are you getting
And
fucked?
I don't know what it is. I get like nervous here because when I do this,
Okay,
I'm
it's
like,
okay. So my
right?
question's this.
I mean, well, it's like it works.
This is
Okay, so
different
my
than an
question,
open mic for
so my
sure.
question's this: what are you trying to say in that joke where you talk about the PayPal?
Yeah, like getting a boner. What are you talking about?
Okay. Oh, I'm sorry. I guess I just totally lost you guys. No, the heart one is like I'm trying to make a comparison. Like I know that guys, like you guys have this like I don't know, you have like sexual like desires that you like can't help, like it's a carnal, natural thing that you have, and we experience like a similar thing as girls, but it's like emotional, and like so we do get like these uncontrollable urges to like cuddle and fucking snuggle on the couch, but it's like emotional. So I'm trying to make a joke about how that compares, and I'm just trying to write that's the premise, but that's the joke though, is that girls get boners too, but they're heart boners.
Emotional boners. Boners of emotion.
Yeah. Like that's the premise, so I'm working on that. That's why I come to you guys.
What's the PayPal thing mean?
I honestly like I just it's seriously
Don't you
just
just say I don't know.
I said it. Don't know.
Point back. I said it.
I don't know, I mean I thought everybody knew that PayPal just bids you over and fucks you. Like, it's bad. PayPal is the worst thing on the planet.
Maybe Ticketmaster.
Yeah.
Maybe better, but that probably wouldn't make sense either.
Yeah.
Yeah, I don't know. I don't know what to say about any of that.
That doesn't work, yeah.
But you can get up and speak in front of everybody and commit to these ideas. So, and based on knowing that she's done it every week for several weeks, this might just be the off week or whatever.
Right? Oh, totally.
Sure.
Yeah.
Usually better.
Yeah.
So it's not a bad thing. Yeah.
I mean, it would be more. I just don't understand. Like, I don't know. I would definitely. I don't know if I would keep thinking that the emotional boner thing.
I honestly like I write these jokes on Twitter and they do really well, and then I try to do them live, and I guess that's maybe my mistake.
This is the Iron Patriot. You just going back and forth on Twitter all day.
No.
What if it works? Sorry, Patriot. Go ahead.
When she goes into that territory where she says it's easy for her to get sex because, there's so many loser guys, she's cute. Well, no, I mean, but I think that's a good territory. There's a lot of jokes there because it's different.
I'm cute, guys are losers. I disagree,
I
buddy.
don't want to be that girl.
No, but
That's not my
you know what I'm saying, though. It's easier for a girl like her to have sex anytime she wants than a guy.
Do you have an off switch? Yeah, it is easier for her to have sex. That is the truth. But yeah, she's trying to get at the the cuddling part, which you can't do with a superhero if you can't even sit down.
I mean, I come here because, like, in the beginning, you guys, like, really helped me tag, like, write jokes and
Right.
premises.
And now you're,
Yeah, well, that's maybe the problem here is it's hard to tag where we don't even think there's a joke there. So like, but I think that the emotional boners that there is something to that. It's just hard to. When you do men and women stuff, it's so hard to find a fresh take on it.
right.
So make it as personal as possible, and maybe even write a couple extra lines about it. Like after the PayPal joke, you should say, because PayPal fucks you, right? Like you should have maybe just spelled it out more.
Yeah, because PayPal never PayPal.
I don't know, I did something similar to being like, yeah, right, like, a couple weeks ago, and I was told that's fucking dumb.
Well, I agree that you can't just say yeah right about everything because if they don't agree with you, they don't agree with you. But in the case of PayPal fucking you, that you may have more of a leg stand on, but they may just not have figured out that was your point. You know what I mean? Sometimes you have to, unfortunately, you have to explain things a little bit more. And other times you have to try to get rid of that. Which brings me back to Twitter. If jokes you're killing on Twitter, say them exactly as written, because nothing you said today was 140 characters. Everything had more stuff to it. So maybe you just need to just stand there and just say the line, say the joke from Twitter as written on Twitter, and it might work better that way too.
The the Google thing, like that I wrote on Twitter, I said Google is the only God that actually answers my question. And I get a picture.
Google's the only God or God?
God.
Yeah.
Yeah. For some reason that just doesn't land, but
Yeah, I knew that
it
would
might
work
be,
if I said
some
it
things
out
are
loud.
cuter or funnier as a tweet than they are in front of an audience, but
It's a very like atheist tweet. A lot of people with like gothy lifestyles are like, yeah, retweet.
And I'm saying
Like totally like Google's definitely like the only God. Like fuck
yeah,
God.
well maybe Google is a god that will answer your questions or something. There's some way to tweak it maybe because it's not
There she goes,
a terrible
everybody.
observation.
She's at Sarah Dresses on Twitter. Sarah Mustajabi. And as always, our other lovely lady, for your hands together for the one and only Kimberly Congdon.
I don't think it's fair that as a woman comic I have to cover up more than men do. Because I have to be taken seriously and stuff. People are like, oh, I thought you always dress like that. No, I don't want to look like I used to. I mean, it's nothing against lesbians. I'm not a lesbian. My mom just taught me to think outside the box. I don't judge. I have slutty friends. I have lesbian friends. My friend Kate, she's super slutty. But she doesn't do anal. She's literally the skinniest bride. And also, I don't mean to toot my own horn, but everybody masturbates.
That's adorable.
The toot my own horn would be funnier if a guy said it. I don't mean to toot my own horn, but I like to toot my own horn.
I like to think that she has an extended with labia.
Oh, Brian. Don't talk about her
What are you
labia.
misbehaving over there?
Literally, I just think that maybe because of the 1 minute format, you have to kind of race to it and spit it out, so to speak. But,
What was the first one again? What was the first?
that guy, the little chuckle, I mean, maybe that stretches its arm a little too much these days.
That's for.
Maybe a twist.
And what's the main thing that it's not?
Yeah, at first you kind of compare it to like, you have to cover up more than guys do, but guys are completely covered up, like we're not standing around their balls out. So like, I don't know. I just don't know if that's even an issue worth addressing, like how you're forced to dress, because I personally think, for me, a girl comic, lady comic should just be a comic and not be so much about because I'm a lady this. But then that's also a rule that's meant to be broken, because there's times when people say hilarious things about, specifically about being a woman. Then I'd say make it as much about being you as possible, as opposed to being, because it's hard enough for women comics. Then I think that people tune out when it's like when you're talking about being a female comic, because they're strangely sick of it and yet also haven't embraced it like at the same time. Like the challenge is, it's a much bigger challenge to do stand up, and so anytime you talk about your appearance, it has to be like the most hilarious joke, right? Otherwise, it just puts everybody in their head about how there's a girl on stage telling jokes. She's attractive. I can't listen to this. I can't relate to her.
Yeah. I've noticed so many of the most successful ones really dress down when drinks.
Yeah, which is what she's trying to make the joke about. So it's like it's an interesting observation. So I'm not saying kill it, but I'm just saying that it's hard to do because it's drawing attention to the fact that you're a woman.
There she goes, everybody. Kimberly Congdon. That's at Kimberly Congdon on Twitter with a CONGDON ending. But yeah, Doug, thank you so much for doing the show.
That was so much fun. I hope that hope it was constructive.
Oh, totally. Instant classic episode, in my opinion. Anything you have going on that you want to promote?
Yeah, Greatest Movie Ever Rolled is on VOD and iTunes, and Douglas Movies. You can go for all my tour dates and stuff, and You know, I got a ton of things going on.
So cool. Yeah.
Just come into my world. You know, like, just be a part of me. Like, I thought I heard I thought I heard is there a superhero trying to get my attention?
I think so, but
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
I have a new nickname for you.
Oh, God.
The Messiah of Marijuana.
Oh, that's not bad. I thought it'd be worse, but
it's not that good at all, though, either. It's not that bad, but it's also not
it's got
good.
alliteration. Yeah. It's probably a little long for a nickname, but I'll take it. I mean, I appreciate it.
That's awesome.
We'll talk later.
Follow Iron.
We will not.
Follow the Iron Patriot on Twitter. He's at Comedy Patriot. He hit 1,000 followers. Just hit 1,000 followers. I just hit 10,000 followers in the first 10,000.
That squad is powerful.
Yeah. And Brian and I have an amazing set of shows coming up.
Stand Up Live in Phoenix, September 26th. Go to standuplive.com. In Columbus, Ohio, we're going to be there with Tom Singer and Christina Pajitsky and maybe a surprise. Who knows?
Yeah. I was thinking about crashing that one.
Yeah, it's going to be a lot of
That
fun.
would be fun.
We could have
Squad.tv for all the tickets.
Friday, September 27th. If you're in Winnipeg by any chance, I'm going to be there on the 12th and 13th of September. And come to Kill Tony taping anytime on Monday here at the Comedy Store. Up next, the Ding Dong Show, the longest running show in Comedy Store history with the man, the myth, the legend, Don Barris of the Help. Thank you, everybody. Good night. Give it up for Kill Tony. Hi, everyone. Hi, everybody. It's good to be here. Another fun weekend. And here we are. Hi, everybody out there. Congratulations for being part of this fun audience. Okie dokie. Always an interesting weekend.
Yeah, we mixed it up a little. My iPad's dead. Fucking sucks.
It's dead?
Yeah, I don't think it's going to go up.
God,
Whatever.
it's terrible.
I know. Excuse to get it,
Right? Well, so that ends the sound effects portion, right?
No, I downloaded an alternative sound effect program.
Oh, so
It's going to be mixed up probably a little.
that's exciting.
Just for this episode, instead of the normal kitty cat sound when a comic does 1 minute, we're going to have a dolphin.
Oh yeah, I like that. But what's going to replace the angry bear that comes in if they do longer than 60 seconds?
A gang of cows.
That is a lot of cows, man. Wow. So you don't want to run the light here, you comedians out there that are doing your 60 seconds, because you don't want to anger that group of cows.
Or the dolphin.
Well, the dolphin.
That's a nice look.
Yeah, the dolphin's sort of heavy, but those cows are aggressive.
Yeah.
Speaking of animals, as always, ladies and gentlemen, our head of security, the Iron Patriot, is here.
These new adventures into battle against anyone with an ability of life. I am the Iron Patriot.
Fuck yeah. Still got it, Patriot. Still got it.
You know, I was listening to the last episode the other day, and listening to it is so much different than watching it, because it really sounds like we're hanging out with kids. Right?
Oh,
Yes, I noticed that. I noticed when I listened last night just to iTunes because I've been watching the video. And I want to say something to you, Rabbi. First, I want to congratulate you for winning Funniest Instagrammer of the Year at the LA Weekly Awards.
Oh, thank you.
that is awesome.
I'm not funny on Instagram, so I don't know what that means.
That's so cool.
I don't post any funny photos. It's mostly foods and shit suits.
You know, I like the one you posted yesterday. You did a screenshot of my mailman video, and in the background was a Jungle Fever poster because my video was made in 1991, the same year that movie came out. And what's interesting is Wesley Snipes just got released from prison a few months ago. He was serving 3 years for tax evasion. He started Jungle Fever, and now he's already got his life back on track, and he's in the movie Expendables 3. He's already got it going, so with my Banana song coming back, this might be the return
disappointment, first of all. I don't think you're going to bring back the movie franchise Jungle Fever, the Wesley Snipes classic, because of the music video. But I did watch that music video that you were. You don't know, the Iron Patriot is a human being, and he wears a $5,000 custom-made Iron Patriot suit that came pretty dented up. He rides the bus here. He's here every Monday, and he rides the bus because in that $5,000 suit he can't sit down, so he has to stand at all times. So he takes the bus here from down the street. And he was once in a band in Texas called the Dirty Crabber.
It's just called, I was Dirty Crabber. That's my other name.
Okay.
So if you ever want to call me that, just call me that.
Did you ever have crabs? Is it based off that?
No, because my last name is Crabtree, and my brother, his name was Crabtree, so it was kind of a, play on there. But, yeah, I did have crabs one time, but anyway. I think everybody's dealt with that, but now the girls are shaving their pouches, so I don't think there's any more crabs.
Yeah, they're actually becoming extinct lately. That's true.
Yeah. Well, I wish I would have lived in this age.
Yeah, but now you have to worry about like crotch eels or something.
Yeah.
For those vaginas.
Yeah.
Crotch eels?
Yeah, what would come out of a shaved vagina? What kind of gross thing? What if worms just like girls are getting worms?
What the fuck are you talking about?
What would replace crabs?
I don't think they need to be replaced. I think that's something we can do without.
Yeah. Yeah.
So, Patriot, do you still have, even though you got the crabs, do you still have like a full bush underneath all that?
Well, I keep it trimmed. I don't let it go out of control, but no, it's not. You know what I'm saying?
When you say trim, like what are you doing down there?
Just using the scissors to trim it out so it doesn't get out of control,
Do you ever with all that?
I'm not like Tommy Lee, not the guy who talks about some special shit on his balls to just make it so it's
Yeah, it's there. It's a bad idea. Don't ever do it. I tried it once and I fucking asshole. Everything was on fire. My balls, like the veins, they got really hard in it. Sometimes when you're like, wow, it's so hard right now. What happened? It was like that for like a week. It sucked.
Yes.
How about that one?
I kind of miss it when the girls had some hair down there. I kind of like it when
What I was getting at with this band, the Dirty Crabber, and I watched your music video for the first time over this past weekend, and I was laughing so hard because this song called "Share My Banana" that you performed a few weeks ago here, while holding a banana, you sang a song. It was racist.
Well, I also called the monkey Jacob, so it was the white name was a monkey too. So it's like they were both monkeys.
Can I ask you a question? I noticed over the past few weeks, you have a little twitch in your left arm that happens.
Yeah, I know.
Was that from when you got tackled by the football player on?
That was in my old costume about 4 years ago. That was when I still got that old costume. It's like it's all duct taped together. It's in bad shape.
So that twitch that you do with your left arm, is that because of the suit that you're wearing, or is that?
Well, I don't know. I should just concentrate on staying still. I'm kind of sometimes I just kind of like to move it around and kind of keep my shoulders and back, kind of the muscles moving around so that, get stiff, But, I should do a better job at concentrating to just stay still.
Fuck yeah. Yeah. I think we're making podcast history so far this episode.
Yes, it's fun to be here on Labor Day with you, Tony.
Oh yeah, it is Labor Day. What do you normally do on a Labor Day if you didn't have this right now?
I might be out roller skiing right now or something.
That's what you do?
No.
So disappointed when you said that.
Do you practice singing a lot in front of mirrors?
Yeah, I try to. If I know I'm doing a song on this show, I'll try to rehearse and get ready.
So if I play a song right now, you'd be able to perform it?
Yeah, if you're ready, do it. If you're ready, do it.
All right, let's try this. What's the name of the song?
Soul Sister number 9.
Soul Sister
Are you serious? Is this happening right now?
No, that's not the song. It's the other song.
Well, yeah, I think I have it.
Well, you can do that. If that's the only one you have, you can do it.
No, I can do both. It just...
Wait.
That was my other song called Send Me. That's another song.
He sent you another song?
Well, I changed my mind. I sent that song, and then I changed my mind and switched it to another song.
Wow, look at you.
How long did it take for you to decide that you wanted to do a different song? Like, was it hours you were sitting there thinking about
No,
it?
it just kind of came to me because we've kind of been on this jungle fever theme for so long. I just kind of thought, man, let's
sister. Oh, wait.
She needs to drop that zero and get with the hero.
Oh my
All
god.
right, well, let's hear it.
Yeah, turn us up.
Yeah, God, I don't even think it was ever going to end. Holy shit, that was awesome. Wow.
I'm breathing heavy under there, huh?
Yeah. I'm surprised you used the word "you're like a dandelion." I was expecting something a little bit more racist.
about hooking up with a black woman that you never actually hooked up with?
Well, like I said, I write about what I feel, and that kind of came out that way. So, I also like that. I like that female brother, Zoe Saldana, as an avatar.
Why do you call them female brothers?
That's so backwards. It's confusing.
Well, if you just say sister, they might think you're talking about a nun.
No, nobody's gonna think you're talking about a nun. It all depends on who you follow it up with.
You take off the ER and make it an A, and you're fine.
Nobody's gonna think you're talking about a nun when you say Beyonce.
Yeah.
Do you think that you write these songs because you and perhaps a black woman out there have some unfinished business? Is it something you still fantasize about?
Halle Berry too, like her feet. Did you see her Flintstones? How cute her feet look? Didn't you see Halle Berry in the
Are you
Flintstones?
talking about the Flintstones, the movie?
Yeah.
No, nobody was looking at her feet during that.
You were. You know you were. You're lying.
All right, yeah, you got me. Okay, another hand for the Iron Patriot. Everybody.
Thank you guys. Thank you for listening. I appreciate it.
This is the show where comedians do 60 seconds, and always a guest and I and my cohorts here, Red Band and Patriot, we all talk with the comedian for a bit, see what's going on, see if we can punch up their jokes. They can take it or leave it if they want, all for free. Always just giving away gold here on Kill Tony. And I always have one of my funniest friends come on and be a guest each week. Really excited about this week's guest. He's somebody who I've always looked up to since I started here many years ago, and I'm excited to have him. He's such an amazing guest that, in fact, he has his own person who gives his introduction, so I'm just going to bring up that guy right now. Put your hands together for his introducer, Ryan Mervis. This is not the guest. This is the guy who introduces the guest.
Are you guys ready?
Are you ready?
Give it up for the reigning Belly Room League champion, the manager of the dead, Kid Timmy, the lovely bearded Freddie.
Wow, everybody. Ready on, how exciting. Give it up for Ryan Mervis one more time, everyone, his introducer. Fuck yeah, the champ. For those of you, and by those of you I mean everybody out there who are wondering what we're talking about, this championship. He is the defending Comedy Store Fantasy Football champion, everybody.
Decisions, made all the right fucking decisions. That's what I did.
This guy knows how to make moves this time of the year.
Won by .3 with the help of one Aaron Hernandez. Thank you.
Wow,
Yeah,
really?
his job for me is that got sent to Tokyo. I made that happen.
All
All
the best fantasy players are in prison.
Yeah, that's why you got to get them before they die.
I got OJ in round 2 this year.
Did you?
Yeah, really
Fucking dorks.
Jesus.
How dare you? This makes us closer to the players, and they appreciate it.
This new setup, I just realized that now you're like behind me. I'm just gonna be like shocked all the time. We slanted the table differently for those you diehard fans that are following that closely.
It's so that when you guys are on stage, the guest is just looking at their butt the whole time.
Right. So now we have a better angle. Now the camera has changed. I'm sure you're watching on our good friends over at Vimeo. I'm sure that they noticed a slight change. So anyway, Freddie.
This is great, Tony. This is a real professional thing you got going here. That's fucking amazing.
Yeah, I'm very excited about it.
He sings, he dances, the whole thing.
It's fucking unbelievable.
Can I ask you something, Fred?
Yeah, please.
I did a little research on you today. First, I listened to your What's Good podcast.
Oh, okay, great.
Listen to that, I read about you. I wanted to ask you this. A few months ago, I was an extra on a film about Nina Simone, the jazz singer and civil rights activist.
Sure.
And Zoe Saldana is playing her in the movie, and she's got a lot of criticism because they say she's too light-skinned. And I noticed you're mulatto, too. How do you feel about that stuff?
It's the Comedy Store. It's shit shows. I actually prefer it. I refer to it as right-skinned, first of all. Or as Hollywood refers to as black, but I don't care. It's like whatever.
Yeah, I think it's good.
What are you gonna do?
Yeah.
What are you gonna do?
I mean, have you ever received criticism or discrimination from them?
None at all. My whole life, zero discrimination in any facet, anywhere at all. Not from either side. No.
I mean, from the Dr. Brothers.
No.
From the what? What'd you say?
Racist.
No, it wasn't racist.
That's what I was feeling.
The Patriot's known for his accidental racism.
That's okay, you know.
Yeah. He's from Texas.
I was born there.
Yeah, you were born in San Antonio.
Jesus, dude, that's creepy.
Yeah, he researches all the guests. He's the best head of security on any podcast.
That's pretty cool.
I like you. I've seen you on Ice House Chronicles. I've seen you on Joe Rogan Experience. I've been following you for a while.
Oh, cool. You'd think I would have noticed fucking Iron Man following me.
You know he loves you when his left arm twitches.
Yeah, I like him. That's a very impressive. I mean, that's super fucking impressive.
Well, thank you. I appreciate it.
Yeah.
Now, Freddie, you said something that I brought up a couple times over the weeks on this podcast. I've always taken a moment to ask black comedians. I ask them, on behalf of all black people, all the pressure is on you right now. Why do some black people call other lighter-skinned black people light-skinned with two things?
It's just the vernacular. It's just how it goes. It's a regional dialect, if you really want to know.
Yeah,
and it's usually in urban and southern areas. That's where it comes from. There was a documentary called "Do You Talk English?" And it turns out black people and white people from Boston and Philly speak English as it was supposed to have been spoken. It was bastardized it from British and some things.
I don't believe that.
Light-skinned. That makes sense.
And that's why all black guys have names like Jackson and stuff like that, like white British guys, because the British ones don't. You mean like a British name? My name's Jerome Jackson. Hello. It's like Jerome Jackson, sounds like a rookie running back.
I read a thing the other day that I had heard it before, but I read the whole thing about the first slave owner was a black guy. Did you know that?
Yeah. I've seen him starting that gangster shit. The white people stole it.
Because they would have.
That's some gangster shit,
He did
slave,
it
right?
first.
Yeah.
Totally.
We always do it first. I steal from myself. My white side steals from my black side. Are you kidding me? You guys always steal shit.
Reading this article, basically three-quarters of the way through it, I'm like, this guy, imagine if he started it, imagine all the white guys around him, like, this fucking guy's crazy.
Yeah.
We're going to take over all these businesses, and he started it. You know what I mean?
Yeah, it was some like Rothschild crew shit from the wire. Like they were taking corners is what the fuck.
Because I guess the original guy was an indentured servant, which was a whole thing that I did more research on too.
Where were you at one night? Just on Wikipedia?
I go off on these Wikipedia tangents, and that's exactly what I do.
I always do that too. I do that on YouTube, and then I always end up some guy telling a cop off. I always want to see that. Some guy just shoving it to a cop. Like, oh yeah, well here's the law.
I do.
Like one guy threw the law on his face. The cop was like, is it true? He's like, yeah. And he's like, am I being detained? He's like, no, I guess not. But you're my hero.
I saw that one, and I love those videos. It's my favorite one.
And you have to be white to do shit like that too. I can't trust them. I can't. Look at me. They won't know what I am, but they won't go for it.
Right. That's so awesome. Freddie's one of the best impressionists that I know in the world. So yeah, I'm excited to see if anybody pops up and
Like Jimmy Hinchcliffe, perhaps. Whoa, that's a pretty good impression.
You know, Tony,
Oh shit.
you know what? When Freddie has a cold, he can do a good Jesse Ventura.
Jesus, this guy.
Oh wow.
Jesse the Body Ventura.
Oh wow.
Used to be Jesse the Body Ventura. He sounds like every wrestler though. Yeah, Sunday brother.
Everybody says that.
Sunday brother.
It's like a strip club DJ, so unless you have
Or the guy announcing the monster truck rally.
Yeah.
Brother.
All right. Well, we know what goes on here. Comedians come up and they do 60 seconds, and we talk to them. Yeah,
You're giving back. I like that.
it's true. Little comedy karma. You know, things are good. Tonight, Comedy Central roasted James Franco is airing. So,
And you're here.
yeah.
Yeah, but we can watch it here, right?
No, we can't watch it here because Comedy Store has the only kind of cable I've ever heard of that doesn't get Comedy Central.
They got cable. They got some rig.
They have like Fox Sports and shit. They have some weird.
They're stealing somebody's satellite signal or something. That's what it sounds like. Hill got the cable. That's what it sounds
The rabbit ears on top of this building right now.
Wait a second, you really think about it. When we tried to get internet here, they went, no, we can't do it. You can't get internet here. Like, whoa, they don't get the cable company involved, see?
Yeah.
We're sitting on the grid.
Yeah,
We
that
might
probably is.
I think it's off the grid here. It's zeros.
Gotta laugh in the back. Comedy Store history.
Somebody knows who's somebody.
Why is there a selling kit where it's known as the Tumi?
What is that? Pair of scissors. This was we needed string earlier, and the closest we could get, thanks to our friends down in Pink Dot, the world's strangest convenience store.
Yeah. All the right place to get hurt.
Yeah. It's so creepy.
Or to get a sandwich.
Nothing has a price tag on it. Everything's overpriced.
Except for you can haggle it. How much do you want to pay for the sandwich?
Oh, you could? That's if you go during the day when
you like tuna melt? How much do you like tuna melt? What do you like to go out the bucket for tuna melt?
7, 8, 9, 10.
What can you do for me? Maybe none.
The bartering starts quick.
Bartering always works, especially in LA. I've bartered so much shit with nuts. Made people's day with nuts.
Oh yeah, they never see it.
The plumber didn't see it coming.
If you have half a joint on you, people think crazy.
I got the cool guy high. That's a man. That's a man.
I guess it's like it must be hard for people to get hot.
All of these people that don't realize it's like fucking water. You know what I can get lit of weed, huh?
How about you? I remember when a dime bag was a dime. All right, so let's get this party started. Patriot.
Oh, I didn't really. That's so funny.
If anybody misses their spot, they get a permanent blacklisting. And when I say blacklist, the Patriot always makes this noise. Yeah, he makes that noise with his mouth, people. That's not a button he pushes. Yeah, it's like, what was that guy's name? Michael Winslow. He's like Michael Winslow meets Steve Gutenberg in an Iron Patriot suit. Laugh at the Gutenberg thing. If you'd seen his music videos, you gotta look those up, by the way. Look up Dirty Crabber if you get a chance when you're at home.
So you're drawing a comic's name now.
Right? There's tons of names in the hat. Are you guys ready to get this thing started or what? What's that?
You can tell those are all comics. They're hip looking.
Some of them.
A lot of them are hip looking back there. The hip looking guys with beards.
Heck yeah. Oh, yeah. You see them. Those people are. Where are you guys from?
You think anybody's got
From the Valley?
I'm from the Valley. Yeah, the Valley.
Till I die. Oh, yeah. When until I die, you got it. You emotionally ass push. You listen to the podcast? Oh, well, thank you. Just some random stranger. Well, welcome, so you're in the right room. I picked a name, and the comedian's name, your first comedian tonight, is Clee Wiggins.
Yeah, so since Mara was up here earlier and Patriot was up here being racist, I'll just go with this one. That actually, not too long ago, actually banged a ginger. Forced by circumstance. Because I wanted to, not so her had to. But the thing is, the first night that we ever hooked up, his roommate walked in on us, and his roommate just goes, "You guys look like Neapolitan ice cream." I was just mad he got to be 2 of the 3 flavors. I was like, see, there's the man keeping the sister down. Yeah, how come you get to be 2 and I'm only 1? You know what? We're Neapolitan ice cream with caramel sauce. That's what we are. Now, equal, separate yet equal. He grew up not knowing any black people, so he thought that not only would black men's cum be brown, but that it would taste like chocolate. Which I was like, I wish that your retarded childhood dream was true. There'd be so many more different kinds of guys in my background. This Mexican cum tastes like Delta Donut Chain. Many more cases. I want it there.
There you go. Hell yeah. Clee Wiggins. Talking about hooking up with a redheaded guy. Wow, that's interesting. What was that? Is it like a... But did you guys meet that night? Did just magic happen? You guys go on a date? Like,
No, he was bartender at the bar I used to hang out at up in the Bay.
so So you had known him for a while.
Yeah, a couple months.
The first time you saw him, were you like, oh yeah.
The first time I saw him, I actually did really easy. He was short.
Interesting. So he's short.
He's sort of like Scott Conn, like sort of like very compact, with like bow-legged. That was the only thing that kind of appealed to me.
This guy just sounds terrible.
But he was awesome actually. He was too much of a cuddler. I think that was his thing. He liked to cuddle a lot.
You're a comic, we don't cuddle.
No, don't touch me.
It's weird.
What? I love cuddling. I cuddle all day.
No. I like rolled over in the morning. I was like, why are you still?
I like to sleep with my dick inside of her.
But that's okay as long as nothing else about you is touching her.
That's power cuddling right there.
It's totally locked and loaded.
Sleeps tight shit. Wow, just leave it in.
That would be fine with me though. Just if it was only the dick and nothing else was touching her.
Oh, there you go.
I'd be okay with that.
Just a fan of power cuddle or no cuddle at all. That's interesting. I like cuddling. You don't like cuddling at all?
After I'm done sex and I get off.
Yeah. We gotta go to our separate corners like fine.
Yeah, exactly. I gotta go see my cut man now. Get the fuck off.
But then afterwards, do you go back?
Sometimes I go back for a little seconds. Most of the time I just watch HBO Go on the iPad. Go fucking sleep.
I'll be back tomorrow.
They go back to cuddling, not for sex.
She doesn't like to cuddle either, and that's the thing. You know, she's like Puerto Rican, so she gets hot really easily.
Do you sleep with like a
That's
pillow
my
between your
problem.
legs or something?
No, I don't sleep with a pillow between my legs.
Do you sleep with a pillow between your legs? Do you sleep with a pillow between
No, I sleep with the girl between my legs. And I have one hand on her tit. I have my dick inside her, my leg like this. It's funny and awesome. It's just like perfect. It's like you're two puzzle pieces put together.
There you go. There you go.
And you have the air conditioning turned on like 40 degrees so you don't sweat. You're just locked, like keeping each other warm and you're surviving.
How many girls do you get pregnant with this thing?
None.
Really? You know, with the dick inside all night long?
Yeah, it seems like if you let the dick marinate inside of a vagina all night long, some type of life form would have to grow.
Or some kind of fusion would take place.
But you have to have a period first before that you can even get pregnant.
That's okay.
All right, I see what you did there.
This guy.
I know what you did there. And then you lean back after that like that.
Boys can't get pregnant.
Oh, Jesus. Fuck yeah, I love Neapolitan ice cream. I love that reference there. That's fun.
Thank you.
It was pretty good when she talked about the brown cum coming out of the brother's banana. I've heard people talk about like chocolate milk coming out of it.
The brother's banana too. He can't make enough monkey references while talking about black
No,
people.
I was saying I like that joke. That was funny. I've heard chocolate milk jokes about
No, that was good.
females in those breasts, but I've never heard that.
I'm not on board with that soul system of that song, brother. Look, his natural reference is like an afro thing or something. It's very subtly racist. But it's from ignorance, which I feel like
Subtle racism is more offensive than overt racism. If it's overt racism, you just own it.
I said I'm in love with Soul Sister number 9. I said it's a compliment.
But it's like a fetish. It's not a good thing.
I love it.
Good. She was.
What was the I like the Dolce de Leche part. Is that a thing?
Yeah. I have references for all the bakeries.
And then the Mexican cum thing was. What was
That's
that?
what the Mexican
Yeah.
tastes like Dulce de Leche.
That was good.
It seems like you could go on and on with a whole ice cream run.
Yeah. I've been trying to think of new one.
Like the guy that like is abusive. It's like Rocky Road. And we could go on and on with ice cream references all day.
The like.
But what do I know?
No, I like it. I'm gonna explore that.
Tons of ice creams to be had. Clee Wiggins, everybody.
Wiggins.
If you're on Twitter, why don't you follow her at Clee the Pimp? That's Clee, Klee, the Pimp. At Clee the Pimp. Fuck yeah, that's fun. So that's how it goes sometimes. Sometimes we just listen and chat with people. Sometimes we have brilliant ideas. Sometimes the Patriot just fucking twitches his little arm off.
Calls out racial slurs.
Yeah, when the brothers come out of their banana. I mean, what the fuck are you thinking over there? I love it though.
Brother, like when you say brother with a hard R, it tells me you say nerd with a hard R.
Yeah. I'm starting to think that because of his accidental racism, the Patriot bought that suit because he was getting beat up by black people all the time. It's just like, that's why it's all dented and shit. The fuck you say, boy? Alright. Back into the black bucket we go.
Horse.
Ori Amir. Put your hands together for Ori Amir. Oh, he's a jumper. Here he
Good evening, gentlemen. American women. So my accent is half Hebrew, half German. Yes, I'm successfully trying to kill myself for years. And I'm stuck with the accent. I can't fix it. But I thought, maybe I could see more American if I say American things. Like, yo, this is America. Speak English. Jesus loves you. Sign here. Damn scientists lying about global warming. Oh my God, I'm also a member of the National Rifle Association. Give me one of those cool handshakes. Guns, yeah, brilliant. I love the English language. I love how rich your vocabulary is. You got words like communist, socialist, Marxist, Maoist, anti-American, and these are only the synonyms for poor.
Alright, that's a powerful 60 seconds. Put your hands together for Ori Amir.
Ori Amir, that was good.
I fucking love you. Where are you from?
Israel.
Wow.
Israel.
How long have you been here?
5 years.
That is so cool.
You know why I like to keep up your name when you got right to fucking business?
Yeah.
It's like I got 60 seconds, so I'm gonna throw down.
And
he did it. Then he did it. He did it.
Nothing but daggers the whole time. Just fucking quick lightning jokes. That's so fun. How long have you been doing stand-up?
A couple of years.
He did it. You talk about Leo or where you're from until you're famous.
Yeah.
He did just that in 60 seconds.
Yeah, exactly. I love that. What else do you do? What else do you live here in Los Angeles?
Yeah, I'm doing a PhD here.
A PhD?
I study brains, yes.
Oh, really?
You're like Freud.
Yeah, I actually, we do like fMRI studies, like when you look what happens in the brain under various things.
Various things? You sounded really smart until the end
yes,
there.
Various things. It has brains, it has parts, it has parts.
Wow.
No, I think he was going to throw out a word and he knew he would understand.
Right.
Actually, look at what happens when you enjoy comedy. That's the last thing I did. So, parts.
Oh, wow, they're affected by humor.
So basically you go inside the scanner with them and you're like, have you ever noticed how crowded it is? Don't laugh, you're moving your head. Disturb the signal.
Wow, that's amazing. So you're doing studies on that, on how laughter affects the brain and stuff like that.
Yeah.
Check out his shoes.
Oh yeah, those shoes are fucking baller, man.
Yeah, those are baller. They look like you went paintballing.
Yes, it was white. I'm just a messy eater.
Those are great. I like them. I like this guy.
Yeah, that's so cool. So you're like super smart. What are you gonna do with your whole PhD thing once you get it?
I don't know. Probably look for a job doing the same stuff I do now.
How old are you? You know, my man.
32.
Oh, wow, you're a young man. And I bet you've been in every country. Look at your passports, like it looks like fucking janky. It's just
You've been to
stamps
a bunch of
everywhere.
places, yeah.
There are a lot of places.
What's your favorite place that you've been to?
Colombia.
Ooh, Colombia. He's like, this color is fucking yours.
People are awesome.
Yeah.
Nature is great.
Wow, that is awesome. What you end up doing with the Colombian girl that you met there? Just getting crazy. Did you guys do it by the beach like they do in movies?
Actually, yes.
Did you have the mob after you?
No. I had them stop the bus and help us. They wanted to help with the guns and stuff. But
Okay, yeah, the guns. They want the guns.
they wanted help with they asked for like people who knows how to not big guns, which I'm not.
He's 32. I'm 34. When you meet guys who like, he sounds pretty being a fucking doctor. And I'm a level 55 in Call of Duty.
I know, it is pretty crazy.
It's amazing what he's been doing with his time and what I've been doing with mine.
What I want to know, like, what I find interesting is a guy as smart as you, like, How seriously do you take the stand-up thing? Like, is it something that you'd rather do other than that, or
You dabble, is this like squash?
yeah?
Oh, it's one of the most fun things ever.
It's like, I can tell he loves it.
Do you do a lot of spots?
Occasional ones.
Not too many. Moderation.
Interesting. I think you're very, very funny and very, very interesting. Keep doing what you're doing. I recommend doing more spots. You're so smart. You could break at any point. Don't let anybody tell you that you started too late. You're very funny and extremely smart. So use that to your advantage. That's Ori Amir, everybody. There he goes. A fucking genius. He dabbles in stand-up comedy and kills, by the way.
On his PhD, we gotta go write jokes.
Hello, I studied the brain. You may have heard of it, even though you are a fucking idiot. Put your hands together for your next comedian. Very funny man who I've seen here before. Put your hands together for Lil Bro, everybody.
I love Latino women. You know why I love Latino women? Because they know how to take a punch. Seriously. Like other women you get, they either want to call the authorities or fight back or call a brother. But I can make that joke because I got a Mexican wife. I got her in Tijuana for $50. She's an equestrian. I know she loves horses. Bought her from a guy for $50, man. So I don't have her yet. He's shipping her to me. I guess it's a mail order ride. I don't know. I gave him my P.O. box, so I didn't want to give him my real address. Just in case shit don't work out and I have to get rid of her. So I got a room at Motel 6, so we stay in there. I had it delivered to my P.O. box. So that's all I got. That's a new joke I'm working on.
Fuck yeah, that makes sense. Yeah, so my immediate thing, put your hands together for Lil Bro. There you go. Yeah, it's extremely funny from the top. I could tell the first thing that you wrote was that initial, first line, and now you're trying to make it bigger from there, that they can take a punch. And I like that you bail out of that and rationalize it. Are you really married? You don't have a Mexican?
No. I actually wrote a long story of how I met her and how I love her, and how the guy's going to send her to me, and I give her my P.O. box because I'm waiting, down at the post office. She's going to end up being there waiting on me to get there because I actually have a joke about it.
That's what I was waiting for, was when you mentioned the P.O. box, like, you got to mention, how you're just going to check it out, you know what I mean? Or, like, see what you're dealing with from space. And if you're going to keep playing it like that thing is real, then I would also rationalize, like, it's only $50. That's just enough for me to not care and be able to drive away without putting this thing in the car, whatever ends up showing up to that post office. You know what I mean? So it's still worth it. It's not like, thousands of dollars. So
You can even say that you were unsure and you took her home for a week to try her out, but you got the insurance, you could take her back because she was broken. Something like that.
for real. Yeah. Or that when the box came, it was such a strong box because Mexicans make such sturdy products that you couldn't even open the box, and she just.
Or you open it like 10 of her fucking cousins.
There it is. Yeah.
No, I got it for the price of one.
I like his energy. He's got good energy. He came out totally. He came out throwing haymakers, and that was good.
Absolutely. Totally.
He's got an orange. Orange is a great color because it's also a smell, a sight, and a taste.
Yeah. Orange is the new black.
It is the new black. It is the new black. Is that orange watch? I think that's what time it is.
Is that G-Shop?
Yeah. Where are you from? Houston, Texas. Citrus Ghetto Boys.
He's dressed like he's performing comedy in a construction zone.
Yeah, I know.
This is like a casual day. It's a holiday. So.
But we always get it crisp like that from head to toe, matching. Like I'll try to sometimes not match so much on purpose, but I look at it just head to toe, monochromatic. That's how we do it.
Yeah. Well, hey man, thank you very much.
Thank you.
There he is.
Well, I like the spelling of his name too.
Lil Bro is on Twitter at Lil Bro. That's that's Lil LILBROUGH. For those of you that are huge fans of comedians with their names spelled as hard as they can be spelled. You must love Lil Bro. Bro spelled B-R-O-U-G-H. Lil Bro.
He can also be called Nut Fro.
This guy, man.
What the fuck, man? What is wrong with you? I can tell after he says these things, he laughs because you can see him like jitter up and down.
Why don't you just take off into the sky? That'd be fucking amazing.
People fucking go crazy about the Iron Patriot. I mean, everybody loves him. Like, I guess, you know, I never get to listen to the podcast. I watch it from time to time and check out the visual part of everything. But I never get to listen. But it seems like everybody who listens and watches gets the feeling of how much and how liked the Iron Patriot really is.
And it's a lot of fun for me because people send me questions, and all day long I answer questions about Kill Tony.
Yeah.
And a lot of people don't know they can watch it. I'll direct them with a link to where they can watch it on Vimeo. They don't even, and they go, I didn't even know I could watch it.
Yeah, it's all blowing up for you, man.
So I like people to see me and see my costume, and then they'll ask, you know, about my costume. And it's been a lot of fun because 3 months ago I didn't even have a Twitter account, and now I'm just having a lot of fun every day I go out there.
It's on stuff, dude. It's stuff.
Can somebody push the reset button on the back of his
Control-Alt-Delete in the back. It'll do it.
All right, let's keep this fun train moving along. Your next comedian's name is Dustin Emery.
So, that I know of, I've never had a video. And I say that I know of because how I know dicks are like spiders. But about 7 dicks a year you crawl in your mouth, obviously. Anyways, pretty sure never had a dick in my mouth, but I have had a very and which results in a disturbing dilemma for the straight man because now I feel like I know what it's like to have a dick in my mouth. Like what it's like to have a drug what it's like to choke on it, even what it's like to choke. Just a little bit. I'm not gonna like chomp down on my own dream. Anyways, that's it.
Okay, Dustin Emery. There's an interesting what I find interesting about what you just talked about is having a dream about sucking your own dick. Like it seems like there would be a wealth of.
I've had that dream.
Really?
It is a
What are you doing? Do you feel it? Do you feel it?
No, I just go, what the fuck am I doing? I'm ashamed.
And you're like totally flexible and just able to do that.
Like I must have thrown out some ribs.
Right.
I do it. I don't know how. It just all of a sudden.
So I'm sucking 2 of my dicks.
Yeah.
Oh, that's just gay as fuck, bro.
Yeah.
One of those dicks can't possibly be yours. I mean, I'm sucking 2 of my dicks. I mean, one of them looks like Lil Bro's dick, but sucking 2 of your own dicks. Do you have 2 dicks?
No.
Then you're gay, bro. You just came out of the closet.
How long have you been doing comedy for?
Yeah, how long have you been doing it?
I've done 2 midnights.
Okay.
Awesome.
You know what? I think the thing in the beginning is he should have said it, what you opened with, and let it land for a second because you got right back into it. Let it land because it's an absurd thing. They're like, what the fuck is this guy talking about? And then you do it. Because sometimes you get into it and you have to like give it a shot and you see a lot of jaws drop. Like, I'm going to hear about dicks, but make it funny, you know?
Did you have a wet dream?
I've actually only ever had
But you didn't have it when you were sucking your own dick. Like I think there's something funny in that. Like that you couldn't get yourself to finish with your own blowjob. Like there's something in that. There's something in a bunch of that. I would stay in the pocket on the dream. I would analyze.
The dream frees you of all creepiness.
Right.
It does.
Right. I would not mention the part where you're sucking 2 dicks.
1 dick minimum.
Yeah,
1 dick maximum.
1 dick minimum. So true. Oh my god, totally. I mean, if you're sucking a dick in a dream, always
Make sure it's your dick. Make sure it's your dick.
But there's definitely a great premise there. That's so cool that you've only done this a couple times.
You didn't seem like you guys say.
Yeah, keep doing it all the time as often as you can if you're interested in it. And, yeah, I mean, guys that look like you are getting jobs over geniuses like me. So, I mean, it's a great time to look like that.
Yeah.
Not many jobs. jobs. I'm still doing pretty fucking good, but you know, it's your time.
Look like Keanu Reeves. It's a good time.
Absolutely. Look at this guy.
That's good.
The one thing I would say though, but this is more you just learn because you've only been doing a very short period of time, and then you'll learn this. But the biggest thing I would say is to act like you're saying that as you, instead, because I could kind of tell you kind of like wrote it out. You're kind of almost going.
Yeah, I can tell you're trying to remember how to say it verbatim.
Yeah. Instead of like, no, this is actually me. It's talking to you. Like if I was talking to you and you were telling me this story, you wouldn't be doing it like that. You'd be doing it like, so I was like sucking this dick. And you know what I mean? Like it would be more believable as you, but you'll learn that. You know?
Right. That comes from just doing it a lot. But so far, you know, at least you're putting yourself in a position to have interesting premises. So there you go. That's Dustin Emery, everybody. You don't have a Twitter? Get a Twitter, dude.
Get a Twitter, bro.
It's time.
Don't be that guy. Get a Twitter.
It's never too late. Just get on Twitter.
I do my own thing, man.
Yeah. It open mic number 30. You'll be on Twitter and you'll be like, why didn't I just get on Twitter?
But it's always the hesitant people who actually get on the circuit.
Oh yeah, totally. They come out of nowhere.
How long have you been doing comedy, Freddie?
13 years this year.
Did you start at the comedy
I
store?
did. It was my very first time here.
Me too.
Yeah.
So you went through all this already. Did like a long time ago, pretty open mics and stuff.
Yeah. Old school.
They just got rid of the Sunday open
Yeah, what
mic.
is Sunday open mic?
That's crazy.
Yeah. Yeah. I don't know.
The crowd is getting freaked out.
What? I know, right? Yeah, it's only a tradition of 40 plus years, you know, in which pretty much all of our favorites and
No more new comics ever. Yeah, I guess that's a big thing.
Hey, let's cut our future by cutting out the future of comics hanging out here. Seems like a great idea.
There we go.
yeah, it's a really, really interesting situation. I feel like this is like the 9 a.m. report of 9/11, where it's like the 10 a.m. report's like, what the fuck just happened?
Yeah.
And it's like so fresh off the presses that people are just like, can't even digest it yet. But it's
It's like on the plane. It's like, you're going to show me 2 planes hitting the now I'm just scared.
Right.
It's like 2 dicks. You don't need that kind of thing.
and we were talking about this outside. It benefits us
And you're fine.
because
2 dicks, you're fine.
there's a 1 dick minimum.
1 dick minimum. That would imply that you get over many dicks.
We were talking about outside that it benefits us than not having a show for the 40 comics on Sunday, because then technically we would get more
We get a
time,
paid spot.
right? A paid spot for you know, the amount of money that they pay us, and so it's really interesting because even though it benefits me, I can clearly see why that is there's no other comedy club that has an open mic like this.
Yeah, they do get that back.
It's interesting.
And it keeps this place going.
And I'm pretty sure everybody just wants to work stuff out. I mean, they'll end up, the people, it needs to be just marketed as for what it is, because Sunday is like one of the coolest nights to come here.
Yeah. What did you the first time I ever went out? I saw like Chris Rock and being in a band and be like, we played on the same stage as Zeppelin, bro. The first fucking night we ever did it.
Yeah, everybody comes in.
Yeah.
If Chappelle's here, they're coming in. But I
Dice
know
came in. And I can remember the first time I met Dice. I was like, hi, Andrew Dice Clay.
I've
Get
only,
the fuck out of here.
I know, exactly. I've only seen Dice on Sundays here.
Please don't get the fuck out of here.
I introduced him to my mom on a Sunday night.
You know, you make all these rookie mistakes. When you
Oh my God.
Dice, this is my uncle. Fuck your uncle.
Right.
What, did he fuck your mom?
No, why would he fuck my mom?
No, like what happened?
No, I was with my mom, and Dice walked by, and I go, Dice, this is my mom. And he goes, what do you want me to do? Shake her hand, give her a hug?
Your mom's a who? Okay.
No, he was really nice.
Is that cool?
Yeah.
I've been coming here a while. I'm nice now.
Right. He gets it. But, you know, hopefully this Sunday thing will clear itself up. It's interesting.
Is there something that's being replaced? Or are they just doing like shows?
It'll be like a Tuesday or a Wednesday night show. Which all that needs to be known about is that the same comics that would do the spot for 15 minutes there are here on those Sunday nights anyway to do a pop-in spot. It's just an interesting thing at the bottom ground of comedy, and since we do this show, I figured it'd be worth mentioning. It's an interesting thing happening there. So
we should pick it and start.
I would pick it if I was open.
I bet you the comics are like, hey, that's a bucket.
Oh yeah, that's right. Hey, we already just lost a spot on Sunday. Get your hand in the bucket, Dick. All right, put your hands together. Des Delgadito. You've been blacklisted, Des.
Wait, say it properly, though. They might not have... I'll give him a chance.
How the fuck does he have such good handwriting? Put your hands together for Des, everybody. Are you here? He should be coming. I mean, he's not deaf, right?
Oh, nothing on that. What are you guys? Does he know he's outside? You guys are jerks.
I believe it's the guy under
Wait a
21.
second. He's blind and he's under. Well, you can technically by rule the performer can come in just to perform.
You got a wireless mic you can take out there?
Go grab him. That's cool, right? Yeah, I could just. Yeah, okay. All right, so let's do one more while Des is coming, right?
I've always had a fantasy.
I'm sure that's going to take a couple minutes.
I've always had a fantasy to actually have such, like, to meet a beautiful blind girl. Wouldn't that be great?
No, she doesn't know how hot she is. You know, she looks a little bit.
Where you just,
She has no idea she's a 10. You're like, you're all right. You're okay. But you need to be talking to me like that. Don't fucking lady.
they need to have a website to find these. What are they doing? There's probably just gymnasiums stuff with these blind girls.
Gymnasiums? Is that a unit of measurement?
Yes.
Is that happening? Is somebody getting dead? Is he still here? Really interesting. A comedian under 21 who's blind. I mean, this guy's going to be a star no matter what.
Oh, yeah. He should be on.
Just stand up. Is this thing on? You know what I mean? Like, any joke is automatically funny when you're blind. I mean, what can't be? How can you not kill? He's going to. He's already starting and he's under 21. Like, I'm honored to meet this guy. Des Delgado. He's got to change his last name. We'll talk about that. It's going to be interesting no matter what. It's like comedy history. I almost like the anticipation leading up to it.
Well, this might take a while.
Let's just do one more.
You can't see stairs and things like that.
Yeah, that's right.
I saw him in the back. I saw him coming up.
So is he wearing like sunglasses?
But he did have the cane. The cane like Robbie had.
Definitely walked in.
So we'll do one while we're waiting. Put your hands together for Peter Christian Hessen.
Yes. Peter Christian Hessen.
This guy better be fucking blind. Then he's blacklisted.
Blacklisted. Tommy.
I love it. There you go. It's done. We'll never hear of Peter Christian Hessen again. What are you lying? Anyway. Alright, well there you have it. That's Delgado is going to be a star one day, but I guess it doesn't start here.
It's probably just pink dot, like going in circles.
Probably heard me say his name and he's on stage in the main room right now.
Of the House of
This is not going well. I mean... I thought there was like at least 30 or 40 people that said they were going to this show, but I mean, I am really bombing up here. I know I walked up on the stage. All right, put your hands together for your next comedian, Cody Morley.
Cody Morley. Guys, I think I'm exactly young enough, very young as you can be, still remember pornography was a hard thing to get. You remember you get out in the basement of some weird corner, open up a busted big blanket, push a red button, bookcase opens up, you slide down, you're in your dad's clothes, now you gotta answer Sphinx's riddles. You get them all right, you go down the hallway, but you gotta run, because if you walk, then you're not gonna beat the giant boulder following you. Otherwise, hallway narrows, you hit the wall, secret door. Think of the old sea chest, not the new sea chest, that's a trap, you find a VHS tape. That's the most big guys. My guy obviously bad guy, so like some blocks there, my dad likes it. Then you needed lights. See, I'm so low. All you do is trap. Here's the dog.
Yeah, he nailed it. 57.7 seconds. That's Cody Morley. What's a sea chest?
Something to say with it.
Yeah, I would say it's like what that guy in the movie like makes belong. See chess. See that's good. That's yeah. I feel like treasure chest. My round of applause out there. How many of you knew what he meant by sea chest originally? Try to be smart. Two people. 1 and 2. And this guy started clapping before I got to the end of the question. When I said how many of you knew, my round of applause, I'm a fucking genius. I know what kind of boxes they were using when they were shipping things across the... Is that how you talk? I knew it. I have no idea who you are, but you have the look of a fucking guy, and it's just my fucking life, man.
It says, what do you want from me? What do you want from me?
Right? Were you from New York City? Philly? Where are you? South Bend. South Florida? Like Miami? What do you mean South Bend? South Bay Shore, Brooklyn? What?
Everybody's yelling like
Northern California? That's South Bend. Southern San Francisco.
Cerritos Auto Square.
Can you name a city that you're here?
San Pedro. It's all around there, you know? It's not the 30 miles, though, so it doesn't matter. So, what do you think? Let's talk about this. I totally forgot about you. I like his porno joke about that. His porno was hard to score. When I was a kid, you had to go to the 7-Eleven behind the 7-Eleven in the bush. Like, people would sort of smack you down, like the hardcore one. But you would get it for your top buddies, like your dad was a cop or somebody like that. That's where you scored more, but it wasn't.
My dad had a stack underneath his fucking like clothes in the closet. They all had water damage, and it was water damage. It wasn't like
my actual dad had an actual back cave you had to sneak in.
Really?
In a corner of the basement with a secret door.
Yeah.
Like that door. I didn't have a dad, but I had an uncle who, and my uncle owned a bar. So what would happen was, this was a lot of my first jerking off moments. What happened was he had this amazing satellite dish that when I was like whatever 13 or 12 or whatever that happened, but the channels would just come in. But what's interesting is since it was on the second floor of this bar that he owned, there was a TV above his TV that had what was going on in the bar. So I knew when he would be coming up the stairs and shit, so I'd be watching both TVs, just like, oh god, I really hope I don't get caught. It's so weird. What happens if you finish but you're looking at the wrong TV? Right, exactly. Then you're staring your uncle. We blew a load of walks. Anyway, Cody Morley, everybody. He's at Cody Morley.
Uncles are used to it. That's why you don't look at the porn on your phone, because then somebody texts you like your buddy does, and you're like, oh, I got my
yeah.
You texted me, actually.
Really?
Yeah.
During a phone
During a session. I didn't have the iPad in there.
Apple
device was local.
I so rarely do that. I remember when I got my iPhone and I first looked at porn on it, I was amazed. Like, this is a fucking revolution. Like, we went from steak to watching a normal porno.
Yeah, feature length.
Yeah, I didn't get to see much porn back then either, Tony. The most I could hope for is like, parties where they got that shower scene or, Fast Times at Ridgemont High with Phoebe Cates coming out of the pool.
Nice. Yeah, alright.
Judge Reinhardt was jacking off in the bathroom. That was a good one.
I have a question for you, Patriot.
No, that's not the part people remember. It's the Phoebe Cates part that people remember.
That was the whole scene. I mean, the music was a Cars. That Cars song was so down moving in stereo. That was a great scene.
I have a question for you, Patriot. What are the top 3 keyword search words that you type in when you're looking up porno?
If you want to see some pretty feet, go to UJizz and type in Brandy Bell feet.
Jesus, that was not the question I asked. I can't believe you just said the words "go to UJizz."
Type in Little Orphan Annie.
listen to my question, Patriot. When you're going to jerk off on a porno website, what are 3 words that you find yourself typing in sometimes? Not all at the same time, but at different times. Your 3 favorite things that you're into.
Petite, neat, natural, hairy.
Whoa! Why hairy? Good thing that I specifically asked for your top 4.
Wait, what's with the hair? Is that like having like bush and no bush?
Bush, wall, 8-year-old
Yeah,
sport.
I like a little bush. Turn me on.
Yeah, dirty crabber.
There's still part of me that has a little love for the bush because we grew up on the bush, but the cleanliness factor is far better today.
Well, it's if it's a bush or if it's just like not taken care of.
It's thickets and shit.
Yeah,
What does I do with it?
Where it's like you're putting your dick in there and you're pulling her butthole hair.
And an ecosystem in it.
Not really into it at all.
Yeah.
I'm anti-bush. I really am. I just can't. It reminds me of like I must have like seen my mom's vagina when I came out of it, and there was probably a bush there. My mom seems like the kind of lady that would have a bush, and I'm sure I saw that vagina on my way out, and I'm like, I don't need to ever see anything like that
Everybody's
again.
mom's got a bush. Who's filthy mom is
Whose mom is that dirty of a slut that she's fucking pulling out the razor?
I can't stop looking at Freddie's beard and thinking about bush.
It's true. Me too.
Well, when I go down there and I eat at the Wise, where I really have to pull this thing back.
Like that. You gotta put the rubber band in, like, pull off the Captain Lou Albano.
But sometimes they'll leave it on and come up and let the days. I like that.
Let's keep this fun train moving along. There's nothing from Des, huh? Nothing from the blind guy? Oh, what a shame. All the potential I could see in him. Your next comedian is Frank Castillo.
Hey everyone. So I started prematurely balding when I was 19. The thing that sucks is like no one is ever honest with you when you start balding. Like I didn't get the hint until my mom bought me a yarmulke for Christmas. Like we're not even Jewish. Like I opened it up and I was like, Mom, are we converting? She's like, no. You are, Q-ball. Thank you. That's what I got.
That was 21 seconds. Is there anything else you're working on? All right, well, first, let me just tell you that the only thing that I didn't like was the absolute opening. I started prematurely balding at 19, and you'd be okay because you just need to go on to the next thing, and right into your next sentence, because that's not really a punchline. So if you're like, okay, people are like, was I supposed to laugh at that? But you really don't need to, because that's not really a punchline. That's just your setup anyway. So into the premature balding, into the Jew thing, which I think is hilarious. Is there anything else that you're working on?
Not that I feel comfortable with. Like I'm still writing.
What's the premise of doing it that you'd be uncomfortable talking about?
Alright, so my girlfriend is, I have a girlfriend who's a and she's really good at cooking, and I love her cooking. I love it so much that it ruins hot chicks for me. Like, every time that I see a hot chick, I have to really decide whether or not it's going to be worth it. Like, I see a hot chick, she's like, oh, you're cute, but it's enchilada night. You can't miss this. Alright.
There's something there, definitely.
Yeah.
Definitely. Again, when you started that
Hot puss or hot plate, you know?
right.
Something like that.
Right.
And then you take a hit at the cigarette. I don't know. I'm sorry. I'm sure
More and more.
It just got dicey.
Very dicey. All the way down.
Like you say, like she's a Noah, and I was fucking her, and it's that. Then the laugh.
Pepperoni nipples, a pepperoni pizza.
There you go. It's good. There's something there. I know what he's talking about. Because this girl's far hotter than my girl, but it is. It's like she cooks really good. And I even explore with that. It's like, girl, you know, 7s take care of you, 10s not so much. You know, 10s take care of themselves. It's why the fucking 10s.
Right. Yeah, there's I would also just be more clear on the front end of it. It's going to help you a lot in that payoff on the end if you're more clear, because when the way that you're saying it now, you say that you have a girlfriend, and then when you see a hot chick, So we don't know whether you're saying that your girlfriend's not hot because you don't say that. So it's sort of misleading, whereas the idea is funnier than how you're saying it right now, which is fine because I sort of drug it out of you anyway. You didn't want to talk about it. But, take the importance of the setup being so important. It's as important as the punchline. It's to be quick, concise, fun, to the point, because that all adds up to the payoff in the end. This balloon that you're blowing up for one quick pop, every breath counts. The more air that's into it, the louder the pop's going to be. So, be clear on those setups and keep rocking and rolling. If you're on Twitter, his name is @FrankCComedy, right?
Yep.
There you go. That's Frank Castillo.
Frank Castillo.
A lot of names in the bucket today.
Let's do Rapid.
Rapid.
Rapid 2.
Rapid. Luke Schwartz.
Luke Schwartz. Come on down.
Oh, yeah, the fella.
I've noticed that single guys do this thing where they carry like a condom around with them all the time, like in their backpack or their car, wherever. Like just hope springs eternal. Like there's just gonna be like some sex emergency where you're just gonna have to like jump in and just fuck, but like it doesn't ever happen like that. Clearly, but the closest I could get as a single guy, like carrying that condom around, to like using that condom, is if I saw a sexual assault like happen. That would be the only place I could use the condom, and like I'd have to like run up to this dude and be like, look, I know you're a sociopath and you like have no feelings, but like I also want your dick to feel nothing too. And that was my attempt. Sorry, everybody.
Brian, in the very beginning of that, Brian pulled out this fucking pancaked magnum, disgusting fucking. It looks like you've been sitting on that for months.
No, this is fresh. I just put this in. I always keep a condom in my back pocket.
True, not fun. Here's something I would say.
I keep them at home where I fuck.
Sometimes you're behind, picked up with that blind girl. Sex emergency. Yeah, sex emergency. I know that. You never had that happen where you go to a girl's house, you're like, oh, I'll go back to your house, have a glass, and then you're like, oh shit, you have a condom?
We used to carry him around like in 8th grade, thinking we were going to get the puss. Like he was saying, like it was going to attract the puss. Like he should go somewhere to that because it's like like carrying the keys to a Mercedes won't attract the Mercedes. It's like nowhere will carrying condom attract pussy. It's not going to happen.
Yeah,
but we thought that in 8th grade that because it's back there, it will come.
Yeah, that and where I thought you were going to go was somewhere like along the lines of what you keep in your pocket instead. And plus, again, sort of like with Carlos, there's a little bit of confusion in your setup because what you say is some guys keep a condom in their back pocket. That doesn't really work, but you're not making it clear that doesn't work for you. It seems like you're dogging those guys that have it, but it's not.
It works for me.
Right. It works for other guys.
Yeah, no, I'm not trying. Okay, I'm not trying.
Maybe it's something like, I'll tell you, I bet you anything this would kill. Like, if you said something like, a guy like me, something like, even if I had a condom in my pocket, you still have that face. So it doesn't matter what the fuck's in your pocket because they don't see the condom in the pocket. That's not the first thing they see. They're not seeing you and going, oh, this guy's safe.
That's still me.
Right. Yeah. They're going, this guy looks like fucking Jeffrey Dahmer.
Yeah.
And if he has a condom in his pocket, he also has a corpse under the stairs or something like that. Like I would really talk about that you look like a serial killer. More often.
That's the vibe I want to put out there. It's like, yeah.
I mean, you really got to acknowledge it. You got to talk about what it's like living life from.
I would say it doesn't work for me. I don't carry a condom in my pocket. I carry mace.
I guess that's not the worst. Mace for innocent victims.
Right. Just for fun.
It's great.
Hey, at the end of the joke, you were talking about the
Oh my god, that's what that was all for.
He's waiting for the end to say peel.
He's doing his laugh bubble.
Yeah.
It's so funny when he laughs in that suit. It's my new favorite thing.
But yeah, at the end, I was completely confused on all that. Like, you saw somebody getting, sexually raped or whatever like that, and you would put the condom on him so he wouldn't feel it.
That was
the only way I could use the condom.
You could find something funny on it.
Yeah, it's a really interesting reach that you're going for with that, but there might be something there like that.
Because a condom's hard to put on. When somebody's getting raped, you have to understand.
I'm not like concerned with the logistics so much.
I was just
Going for the laugh.
oh my god. Patriot out of nowhere from 3 Point. Well, I happen to know when I'm raping girls, it is not easy to put a condom on whatsoever. So I keep it on all day. Like a real rapist.
No, I don't like condoms.
Jesus Christ.
No one was like, that guy loves condoms.
All right. Luke Schwartz, everybody. There he goes. Yeah, that's fun, right?
Yeah, it's good. It's something new.
What would Morgan Freeman say about Luke Schwartz? Where are we at? Let's do one more out of the bucket, and then we're going to move on to our final segment of the show. Mike Glazer.
Hey, what's up, y'all? Growing up, I enjoyed doing magic. Like a Jew who likes making points appear all the time. It's really fun to do. I'd pull them out of people's ears, which was nice because then I'd get a quarter and it felt good, and I enjoyed that idea. But then I was doing children's birthday parties in high school when I wanted to try hypnotism, and no one would let me put their boy in a trance. So I don't know how they practice. How do hypnotists practice? How do you get someone to nap, or how do you get them to try napping? You can't just wave a watch like an asshole. No one wants you. No one wants to quack or bark against their troll. 10,000 hours, I guess. Alright, that's what I'm working on right now.
All right, a joke about hypnosis, and everybody in the room got very, very sleepy. So it actually made sense if you add that part to it and not do any of the beginning stuff again. Cut out that 50 seconds that you just did. Just add the part. No, I'm kidding. Yeah, you talked about hypnosis and how they would practice. There's really not much. How long have you been doing stand-up, Mike? Wow, look at you. Interesting. Where are you from? Nice. How long have you been here?
2 months.
Cool.
Yeah.
Yeah. That's fun.
Yeah. So, come up and have everyone nap.
Yeah, I mean, you could say, I like the idea of, like, how do you train hypnosis? Like, do you start off just waving at somebody's face real close? Or, like, there might be something there, like...
How many stopwatches do you have to go through?
Yeah. How many drugs do you actually use before you...
Or how many roofies do you slip in
Before the placebo effect.
Here, drink a little bit of this.
What is the
and,
idea of the setup, though? Were you really a magician? Did you really do all that? Or?
Yeah, I love that. And it's, in my mind, it's like, protection of getting into a weird new thing. I just talk about myself from an expert. And then, but I like the idea of, like, a lot of getting people to nap against their will so I can get them apart.
Yeah.
Do you have bits about you doing magic and being a magician at some point?
I have a short story about it.
Oh, that sounds fun. How long did you do magic for? Did you do magic? Okay. How long did you do it for?
Are you still doing it? Do you go to the Comedy and Magic Club up there now?
I want to go there. I don't.
You haven't been there yet?
Can you do any magic for us right now?
I had like some rubber bands I can separate them.
Cards, maybe? Can you do
Rubber bands?
cards?
He keeps rubber bands around his condoms. Thank you.
Keep their hair out of their face.
He's got a good beard going on there.
Yeah, it is. It's very sturdy.
He goes for the heavy mustache with the beard. I like that look. It's a good look.
It's very red
It's
trend.
very like Stone, Arizona.
Yeah, it is.
He's like whiter at Paul Simon.
Totally.
Wait, so you trim a different length on your when you have your
What's called the natural with the integrated mustache, right, man?
Oh, you guys and your testosterone.
And I keep the mustache from growing over the lip, but I let the rest grow at once.
Okay, yeah, I cut the lip.
Yeah, I like it. Yeah, I do. They're full on.
Fuck, do I grow a fucking beard?
Oh, they had it by now, bro.
It's just one of those things where it's like, how could this possibly be? And I'm still waiting for it. I'm 29 now, but I still think about it. It's like, what the fuck happened?
If you rub
How
your
the fuck? I can do so many things.
if you rub your face on my ass crack, it'll probably grow within 2 days.
Brian.
It's rough up and down.
I can expect that from the Patriot, Brian.
The Patriots.
I heard you describe it on the Ice House Chronicles, and you say it grows out, it just grows out in patches.
Yeah.
So it's like, it's very interesting that that happens.
You don't want to be hairy, man. You don't want to be hairy. Because, I mean, Freddie looks like he's lucky. He's not too hairy, like, on the back and in the chest or anything. But usually, if you're hairy up in the face, you usually are hairy everywhere. And you get older you get, it starts going everywhere. I saw ear hair the other day.
Well, I got lots of
Oh, yeah. Your arms are smooth.
Oh, this guy's about to butt fuck you, bro.
Oh, no. He's like what he says. He's like what he says. I keep the
I
hand
can't wear a Keep it going for Mike Glaze.
I like my good stuff.
Yeah, definitely. Keep rocking, man.
There you go.
He's on Twitter at GlazerBoohoohoo. We're now going to move on to our final portion of the show. As always, we have two regular, very funny ladies who do a minute each every single week since the inception. We get together for, as always, your first of the two, the one and only Sarah Mustajabi.
I was getting ready to go out on a date last week, and I realized I was spending entirely too much time trying to pick out a pair of panties. You guys don't fucking care. You don't fucking care. It doesn't matter. This guy's about to spend $19 on a couple Big Macs and a pack of Seamus for what? A fucking pair of panties? I don't think so. It's not about that. Guys, unfortunately, don't have it that easy. It's a little creepier with you guys, depending on where you wear the little white paper envelope. Please don't bring that out. That's terrifying. Or the plaid boxers. No one wants to fight a fortress of plaid fabric to get to a dick. That's not good. Just maybe throw in some boxer briefs and call it a day. Make it easy for everybody. Make it less creepy. That's all I got, you guys.
There she is, Sarah Mustajabi. The underwear stuff. It's interesting. Yeah.
What was the first part? Like, if guys don't spend. What was the first part?
The first part is talking about I spend way too much time. I was like literally last week like trying to pick out underwear, and I don't know why, but it doesn't fucking matter. Like, why would I even?
Well, did you wear that underwear or on purpose, or is that just the most beautiful vagina I've ever seen in my life?
Wow. I mean, you are really fucking rocking it. Wow. Holy shit.
What are you talking?
You don't want to wear pants when you're performing on a stage that,
It's like a mouth breather.
You can clearly see it.
Sucking in right now.
It's blatant. It looks like.
Oh no!
Yes. Adrian, I'm pretty sure that you wished it to come true. Yeah, it's a camel toe would be a light way of putting it. It's more of a camel's hoof. It's like multiple toes, and it's basically almost a camel's arm.
It's not offensive, though. I'm not offended.
No, it's fine.
Quite
But
captivated.
it's fine and it's great, but it's definitely not professional. You know what I mean? Like, you wouldn't want to. Nobody's gonna.
It's hypnotic, though.
It is.
Well, yeah, that's the point. Is that when you're doing stand-up, you don't want people daydreaming at your vagina. I mean, guys are gonna stare at that, and chicks are gonna hate you because
That's what you're talking about underwear. Is what I'm saying.
it's like a really interesting pair of pants that you're wearing. Because not only does it accentuate the camel toe, but the front is almost completely missing of these pants.
She's super fucking cute, and that's what makes it.
Of course, but I'm just saying those pants make it look like she got raped by Freddy Krueger. they're cut up. I mean, it's adorable, but we've talked about this before. Like, if you, as far as doing stand up, you gotta dress the part in some way, and that's definitely that's the last thing anyone who I know that's succeeding on the female end of doing stand up. What was that like? Let's get the picture of that. Yeah, jerk off city. But yeah, it's not a professional pair of pants. I would work on the pants. I really didn't notice that. So,
it's very, like, I would think about it, damn, that shit's sexy as fuck. You know what I mean? Taking what you're talking
totally.
about.
You gotta dress the part.
Yeah.
You gotta almost sexy. You gotta almost dress like a boy to do stand up.
Yeah.
Here she is, Sarah Mustajabi. We got a fly, baby.
And you do both ways. If Brady were up here wearing a thong, the girls would not listen to him.
Right. If I was wearing those pants, I'd be in big trouble.
Yeah.
Put your hands together for your next comedian. As always, the one and only Kimberly Condon.
Hey there. My mom thinks I'm immature. She called me the other day and she's like, Kimberly, you don't know anything. You don't know what's happening in the world. You need to grow up. I was like, Mom, I watch news and I'm not immature. There are some really serious things happening. I'm not kidding. I'm being serious. That's not funny. I'm like, okay, Mom. I know what's going on. Like, CBS and Time Warner had that little battle, right? They had a month-long blackout. Did you know that? Big deal. I did that my freshman year of college. She's like, you're so immature. You don't know what's going on. I'm like, okay, I might be immature, but you have a really big problem with Jewish people, so I'm going to get off the phone. That's it.
Always good. Short, sweet, thunderous jokes. You've packed them into one format of which you're talking to your mom. It's an easy outlet to unload those 3 topical jokes. Wow. The only thing I would add to it is acknowledge that your mom is Puerto Rican. Right, I would acknowledge that from the top, that it's always interesting listening to your mom, because then that'll make that pop a little bit, because people are like, look, it's just a little, normally I say trim stuff and make jokes shorter, but with that, it's just to throw that in there on that front end so that people aren't surprised when they hear a stronger accent. But other than that, that's very impressive. You're killing it, Kimberly, every week with the new minute, and great job to both you and Sarah dresses.
Good job on it. I'll bring your vagina up so I can't see it also.
Here she goes. Freddie, anything you want to promote?
I'm on Twitter now.
Oh, really?
Well, actually, I've been for a while. Pretty long.
Awesome. Freddie Lockhart on Twitter.
I podcast on Wednesdays at 6 p.m. on Code Up. And then,
that's what's good.
That's what's good. But most importantly, find me on PlayStation 3 if you think you're the shit at Call of Duty Black Ops. I will fuck you up, son.
Grand Theft Auto.
Grand Theft Auto. I will drive by, shoot, pepper your ass up like it's nobody's business. And don't try to be my friend on the online world. Very nice guy in real life, but I will shoot you in your face online. My name is Mr. Majestic, which is a Charles Bronson movie. Look it up, because that's who I am. It's Mr. fucking Majestic. 187 on PlayStation 3. Thank you very much. The champ. The fucking champ.
Thank
you. Thank you for having me on this.
Definitely. It's a pleasure to have you. Please keep that fantasy football belt nice and clean, because I'll be taking it from you in just 2 months.
Oh, you want to be my life man? Carry it around for me? That's awesome.
No,
it's awesome. I figured the show you're so busy.
I actually open up against you on Sunday.
Oh, good luck to you.
Yeah, the Dead Kid Timmy versus the Hinchcliffe Winners this Sunday in fantasy football. Comic Patriot is at Comic Patriot on Twitter. He's the Iron Patriot here. He's one of the coolest guys in the world. At Red Band, at Tony Hinchcliffe. We're going to Phoenix.
The 26th, Thursday, will be at Stand Up Blog. Go to standup.com. The following day will be in Ohio with Tom Segura and Christina Brzezinski. Go to DeskWalk.tv. Guys, thanks a lot.
I'm in Winnipeg, the 12th and the 13th. Thank you.
Holy shit, I'm in Hawaii next weekend. Sorry.
Music played on people's sides.
Fuck yeah, everybody. Welcome. How are you guys doing tonight? Holy shit. There's a big crowd here tonight. A shout out to the Death Squad fans that are out here. Hey guys, how are you? Welcome.
There's a plethora of them.
My homeboy, J.R. Steiner, is wearing the greatest t-shirt I've ever seen in my entire life. J.R., will you come up here real quick and show this thing off?
Yeah, it's badass. But there's controversy about it, but it's badass.
Hello?
Yeah.
Look at this fucking Kill Tony shirt, ladies and gentlemen. Will you please?
So, since discovering the Joe Rogan podcast, and with Brian's help, we created like this little community we call Death Squad. Can I raise this?
Oh yeah, you can.
And there's like 8 of us here right now, and we flew from all over the country. And so what I wanted to do was get some shirts together for us. So I came up with this idea. Like the Iron Patriot thing is definitely like a, it's like a thing only the fans will get. You know what I mean? So I wanted to surprise these guys. So yeah, here's a shirt. We'll never actually be able to sell it because of copyright, but this is it, man. So we fucking love you guys. Kill Tony, man.
Thank you so much, man. We're together with J.R. Steiner and the Death Squad Nation, everybody.
What we should do real quick, though, is stay up on stage real quick because let's introduce the Iron Patriot because there's controversy about it.
Ladies and gentlemen, the Iron Patriot is here, everyone.
Like you say, there's a million new ways to die.
That's one of his.
I am the Iron Patriot.
That's one of his many catchphrases. Patriot, you have any new catchphrases this week?
Just between me and you, here's my little secret. The bad guy always wins. Me killing you is just perfect symbolism for the times.
Wow, that's a long catchphrase.
Tony.
Yep.
I'm happy that JR took the time to make the t-shirt, but something's bothering me.
Oh, what's bothering you, Patriot? Is it the fact that JR is somewhat black?
No.
Hey, what you call my female brothers?
No, you know I don't like the Iron Patriot in the movies. I don't like the Don Cheadle or Robin Sheep. I'm Norman Osborn, the one who fought against Green Goblin. I'm the comic book Iron Patriot.
It's the thought that counts, though, right?
Yeah, I love it. I love that you did it.
I could put anybody on the shirt. I could put anybody.
Photoshop with me, maybe we won't get a copyright thing because I don't look exactly like anything. Really, I'm like the comic book and not the movie.
Sorry, I didn't get it right.
But I did my best. It's beautiful, but it's just that kind of strikes a chord with me because I talked to Tony about that before. He knows how I feel about that.
Patriot, what's the difference exactly in the logistics between the comic book Patriot and the Patriot that's on the shirt?
There's this whole great story of how it's Norman Osborn that fought against, and he was Green Goblin, he fought against Spider-Man.
But why does anybody care who's underneath the suit?
But they had to change the story because in the movies, different people own the rights. The Marvel owns the movie rights, and the different people.
What the fuck are you talking about right now, Patriot? What do you?
I get it, Tony. I get it.
Jesus, you get what he said?
I don't want to sound like I don't appreciate it. It's a great job. That's a
3 episodes ago, you started getting real Hollywood already. What's going on?
Iron Patriot, do you remember the old Tom and Jerry when it used to be awesome, and then they made that new Tom and Jerry that everyone looked really weird on it?
Yeah.
Is it like the same thing to you?
Yeah, it's just when they change a story that you're so passionate about. See, I didn't even know they were going to have it in the movie till like a year ago. You know, they came out with pictures that the Iron Patriot was going to be in the movie. Before that, the guy that made the costume for me, we didn't even know it was going to be in Iron Man 3. And then it was kind of a shock when we saw they changed the story up because we were so in love with the story. So
Who was in love with this story?
The guy that sculpted the costume in Norway, my friend John.
Where's that Hollywood bear?
Yeah, people run the light.
I was saying to JR, I would like to maybe somebody in the crowd maybe get a shirt.
Yeah, absolutely. Should we do like a contest? Like maybe trivia? Can you think of a quick trivia?
Wait, I thought there was only one shirt and that it was for me.
No, I brought like 12 of them.
Did you
And
really?
there's only 8 claims, so if you want to do it.
Loser.
Oh, well,
Where the hell did that come from? Ghost? A 13-year-old ghost?
Do you have mine? You want to give it to me? Because I want to put it over here so I have it.
All right, like you're going to possibly be able to keep an eye on a shirt that's sitting next to you.
Put it over here by Kimberly. I want to see it. Just put it there in my room.
Kimberly will steal it and rip it up and make it sexy.
She needs her own shirt.
Oh, my God.
Let me see what size it is. Let me see if you got the right size.
Are you going to wear it over your suit? Or?
No.
No one stretch it out. Those sweet ass
Can you hold that up more? See how big it is?
Hey, why don't we take care of this after the show?
Also, I brought Tony Sue stickers. They're really shiny golden points. Flamboyant.
Like everything of me, it's extremely flamboyant.
Yeah, it's really it's super shiny. So if you guys want stickers, I brought you. Just come up to me.
That is so fucking cool. J.R. Steiner, everybody. Powering the merch of greats like Tony Hinchcliffe, Joey Diaz, and Brody Stevens. The great soul. Fuck yeah. Patriots gonna put over there. The best when it just gets real.
We need to get him one of those fanny packs.
I used to have one with my own. My costume before I got this, I actually had a red fanny pack. It's colonial red.
I do not find that hard to believe at all. I can picture red fanny. Now it seems like it's getting a little dusty. Do you polish that ever? Or?
I told you it's kind of dirty, but you know what? I think it's good that the white's dirty because in the pictures my eyes wouldn't really show up if the white was too bright already. I really think it's designed for pictures. If you look at me in the pictures, my eyes kind of have a different white than the face. If the chest and everything was too bright, you wouldn't see my lights. I mean, maybe I'm just trying to rationalize, but I really think that's true.
I think you're trying to rationalize it.
Tony, you see my pictures, they look good.
He knows he looks
What
good.
pictures are we talking about?
You got pictures on Instagram and Twitter. What are you saying? They look pretty
I got a lot of
badass.
pictures.
And the dirt is actually a good contrast between the lights and the
Yeah,
lines.
red bands get what I'm saying. Thank you.
I dig you, bro.
Why don't you guys go bot fuck somewhere already? Fuck yeah, Patriot. Anything else exciting happened this week? Did you smoke any pot or anything? Any deep thoughts with the Patriot?
Yeah, I was on Criminal Minds, and I was in the 16th century, and it's like a Salem witch thing in Massachusetts. And they dressed me in 16th century clothing and made me real dirty. They even made my teeth yellow. I didn't like it.
Oh, for the show.
I have no problem keeping my teeth white when I've been putting that shit on there.
What did they use to make it yellow?
Just, I don't know, it tastes weird too. I try to tell them that I don't need it, but they put it on there. There were some cute girls though dressed in that 16th century clothing. There really were.
Were their feet exposed?
No, but I saw their cute faces and everything. I can imagine.
What'd you think of your girl, Miley, twerking?
I like to watch her twerk, but I told you the story when I was in Montana. She don't have nice feet. It shocked me too. I know. I couldn't believe it either, Tommy. I couldn't believe it. She got such a cute face.
Have you seen that new video that was released?
You know, there's some bad grammar in that video.
Which one? The one
You know how she says, "We run things, things don't run we"? That's not correct grammar. It should be things. We run things, things don't run us.
It's got your left arm twitching, I noticed. Quite a bit.
I gotta stop doing that, Tony. That's what my mom says. I always twitch my arm.
Gotta be fucking shitting
No,
me.
you keep telling me when I do that, because I gotta correct that. It's a bad habit. I can't do that anymore. I'm a superhero. I can't be living like a torture.
But can we just say, honestly, as a robot, it works. It looks like you're kind of like, redoing something. Or,
Yeah, I don't want to look like I have Parkinson's disease or something.
Yeah, I always wondered if it was part of your, robotic type of... I always wondered if it was the suit or something, but now that you've admitted that your mom's always told you that you need to control your arm twitching,
Yeah.
I think it adds a great element because it makes you so human in a way.
Yeah. Hey, Tony, can I ask you about that roast? I was watching that roast on Comedy Central.
Yes.
It was very hard to watch it because they keep showing this movie Neighbors over and over, about 20 times. You see that?
What do you mean it was hard to watch?
I'm saying, I was watching all my clips of my favorite comedians, Jeff Ross and Sarah Silverman. How do they distribute those jokes? You write those jokes. How do they determine which one of your jokes go to which comedian and stuff?
That's a very interesting, long process. A lot of it has to do with the comedians coming up with their own sort of take on the situation, what they want to get through that night. A lot of them write it themselves. A lot of them write it with us in a room. Sometimes we write them in a room and just write these crazy fucking jokes that turn into, everybody knows a great one when they see it. So then sometimes they, we just deal them out accordingly. But it's a interesting, different type of process that never has a rhyme or reason. But good question. Well, I mean, you asked me, so you really didn't give me much of a choice.
Yes. I'd like to thank you guys. People are watching the Dirty Crabber videos on YouTube now.
Oh, they are? The hits up?
They're saying that they're all desperate fans. They're saying, I'm Patriot.
Now, do you still talk to all the Crowers?
I've been in contact with them the last couple of weeks because I've been telling them to watch this show I'm on. They're really featured Dirty Crabber.
Did you have a fallout with one of them?
No, not really. I mean, the guitar player in Dallas, I still know him. The saxophone player lives there. The drummer lives in Las Vegas. So, I keep in contact with them pretty good. And I got a girl that lives in Hollywood that wanted to see me review one of my dancer girls.
Wait, what did they call?
The Seafood Review.
How many girls were there?
I had 8 different girls that danced with me at the time.
Did you bring one of the girls to a show?
Yeah, I've been trying to work on that. One girl I want to bring, she wants money.
Like, are we talking $10, $20?
I don't know, but I just told her we're all working for free to try to build this show. Nobody can pay you. And then the other girl, she wants to bring her young daughter to dance with her in this class 21. The real Seafood Review. She has a daughter.
So you've talked with the other Dirty Crabber members?
Yeah, they're feeling the feeling like it can come back. We can bring it back. Dirty Crabber in 2013.
I get excited.
Yeah, I feel good about my career, Tony. I think I'm going to have a house in Malibu.
Oh, we can tell. Look at that left arm go.
Yeah.
Can you say you think you're going to have a house in Malibu again?
Yes, I'll be living next to Robert Downey.
Oh, and that would be like a perfect Iron Patriot, Iron Man type of thing. Now I'm trying to get him excited so that he does it again.
That's not all, Tony. I'm thinking about running for president in 2016.
Whoa.
The country needs me right now. We need to change.
What would be your main platform?
Protect the meat.
Fuck yeah, Patriot.
Who's your vice president, Dr. Scholes?
No more high heels, no more of that crazy shit that makes the bunions and hurts the feet. Protect the meat.
Oh, you are one excited little patriot tonight, aren't you?
Just a flat. I mean, I have to thank you guys. You guys are the ones that make this all happen for me, and I don't say enough to you, Tony and Red Man. Thank you very much.
Well, we're happy to have you, Patriot. You excited about our guests tonight?
Yeah. I saw this logo on Really Hunter show. Bring them up.
Ladies and gentlemen, you guys ready to get this thing started or what? My guests tonight, 2 guys, literally 2 of the smartest, funniest, most awesome people that I know. These guys are unbelievable, and it's an absolute miracle that I'm such a badass motherfucker that I'm able to get these 2 guys on my show at the same time. So, what do you say we just bring him up? Put your hands together. But this guy has his own amazing comedy group called the Goat Face Comedy. Truly hilarious. You can catch him almost every single night of the week here at the Comedy Store. Put your hands together for the one and only Fahim Anwar. Monster. And our other guest, hello. One of the most amazing rising talents in the entire world. A great friend. He and this guy started together. One of the funniest guys. If you don't know him, you're going to. The one and only Gerard Carmichael, everybody. Hell yeah. Fuck yes. I can't tell you how excited I am to have you 2 guys with me, with Red Band, and with the Iron Patriot. You know about the Iron Patriot, Rob?
Something confused me. I have to ask you guys about. I saw both of you on YouTube today on the Really Hunter show.
You did your homework?
Tony's happy working every week. I'm working hard to keep this job. But anyway.
Right, we have an aluminum Patriot that applied last week.
I enjoyed your dance routine. Thank you. You had long hair.
Yeah.
And your name was Lance Can't Stubbornness.
It's true, yeah.
Now, when did the change occur? Did you have a new name and then you cut your hair?
I love that you think that's who the real me is. You had this crazy mullet and a wife beater. It's a character.
on Twitter that your handle is Notorious Rod. Does that mean that your penis is well known and famous?
Oh my god, Patriot, you
I
son of a
bet it is
bitch.
Notorious too.
I almost beat the shit out of you for asking that just then.
It's with Notorious Rod.
No, you don't. You're 0 for 1 with questions with Gerard. The Iron Patriot is our head of security here, Gerard. And,
I learned you from North Carolina.
yes.
I saw that interview and you worked at a shoe store.
Oh, yeah. Yeah.
It's kind of creepy.
Oh my god.
Yeah. Thank you.
I really enjoyed that joke on YouTube of you talking about the war that's going on in Chick-fil-A.
Chicken fillet, the entire word.
Chick-fil-A.
I feel bad. I wish I would have known more about it.
You can read up on me too if you want to go to my Twitter and look at my pictures.
I feel like he baited you into that. Funny you should ask. You can.
I'll check it out, man. I'm going to check it out.
Glad you guys are here tonight. It's a really good family we got here. I love when Tony brings his friends so I can meet them.
Yeah, I saw 2 arm twitches on that one. He's really excited. He bought this $4,000 suit, right?
That's amazing, yeah.
And it was shipped from what country?
From Norway.
From Norway.
It took a year and a half. I didn't know if I was going to get it. There was many delays, legal issues, and health problems with the sculptor. I finally got it. I didn't know if I would ever get it. And even over a year ago, I was dreaming to come to Death Squad. And I wanted to come meet Redman because I knew he would love Dirty Crab. 3 or 4 years ago, I knew he would love Dirty Crab. But I had no way to get it to him because I could have said it, but he's not going to pay attention to me. You know, I couldn't get him. It was so frustrating because I couldn't get him the music. And I knew he loved the Crabber.
Dirty Crabber is a band that the Iron Patriot.
I wanted to ask so bad.
Yeah. It was a band he was in Texas when he was growing up, and their big hit song, it was Peel That Banana.
Share My Banana.
Share My Banana.
Really?
In which he would hand out bananas to everybody in the audience. He would throw them at him at first, and then he would start this song. And it's accidentally racist.
You know, Tony, if you keep going down this route with me, Jesse Jackson and Al Sharpton are going to come.
Oh, what's this, Patriot?
Cheat code in the video.
Oh my
God. It's a story about 2 monkeys named Jacob and Latidra. But it ain't racist. I ain't talking about no female brothers.
He swears that it's not racist.
I'm not talking about any female brothers during that song. It's about 2 monkeys. You could make a cartoon out of that.
He could have said nothing, and nobody would have laughed at it.
See, I like.
It's clean.
I couldn't make out a few of the words, so I just assumed it wasn't racist.
Yeah.
Well, we already went over this. In Kill Tony 11, we went over this before when Kevin was the guest comedian. Kevin Christie.
You know the name, you know the numbers and everything. Now, you missed it there for a moment. There was because it all happened quick. Patriot just said the words. The song's not racist. It's not about a female brother. And what he's saying when he says female brother, that's his way of describing black women. I'm not kidding. I noticed this over the last few weeks. He naturally, I guess it's from originally being from Texas or something, but the female brothers, and he doesn't call them sisters. I asked him this last week. He doesn't call them sisters because he doesn't want people getting them confused for nuns. I couldn't make that up. That's him. Gerard, what's the report on everything I just told you?
You don't understand how much I love the brothers. I was raised on Good Times, Sanford and Son.
Gerard just put the mic down again.
I love Jimmy Walker. Dynamite.
Is he rooting Iron Man for you? Can you not watch the movie then?
Not as much as he's just validated Texas food.
The reputation stays true. Well, you guys know what we do here. We have a huge amount of comedians that sign up in order to get pulled out of this bucket. They get 60 seconds to maybe try something new, maybe try something old, and whether it's new or old, we try to either tag their material or interview them, talk about something else that we think else they should talk about or something like that. It's just an interview after they do 60 seconds of stand-up. Comedians, when you hit 60 seconds exactly, you're going to hear this happy hour. That means you're at 60 seconds. You're shut down. Because if you continue to go, the angry West Hollywood bear comes out. Now, originally it would be like 5 or 10 seconds after you went over your time, the bear would come out. But we noticed recently that when the Red Man gets a little excited, and sometimes that bear will come pretty quickly after the cat. Oh, that bear's already brewing in there. You can just hear it getting ready for people to run the light. If you if for some reason they're not here for their spot, they get blacklisted permanently from the show, and all that means is that they're off the show. They go into a different pile, and the Iron Patriot makes this noise. All right, so what do you guys say we get this thing started? Yeah. Let's do it. It's all happening. Our first comedian tonight for 60 seconds is Rob Russell. Here we go. It's all happening. Rob Russell. Oh, shit. That was very aggressive, and I loved it. Blacklisted. Rob Russell on the blacklist. All right, first comedian tonight is Jessamine.
Hi everyone. Hi. All that shooting that went on, I would never know it was a comedy club. You would never know you were having I like to hear I never hear from him again, but I kept thinking of my number and I will never be coming. Yeah. I would have paid this something. That's okay, you'll have that. I got asked out by a guy and he was shocked and I was never like, right now. I was pretty hurt, but like I'm not into like I would never be part of anything like that.
All right, well, that was something. That was really something.
Can I ask you for a second? Can you take down your microphone? Just talk to me for a second with no microphone. It was a mind fuck. We've all been part of an experience.
Yeah, you gotta Give us an example. Like say,
I'll have some pie.
I'll have some pie.
No, actually try.
I'll have some pie.
It's already better. Did you hear that? Did somebody get her some fucking pie? What are you guys doing sitting there? Jesus
Like
Christ.
an unused Michelle Tanner one.
Oh my god. Jessamine. I love what's going on with you, but I had no idea what you said the entire time you were up here.
Can I try one of them one more time? Just one joke. Talking
Yeah.
into the microphone.
Yeah, try to joke. Try to
I don't see the world in black and white. I see the blonde and brunette.
The angry U.S. Hollywood Bear is out of nowhere. All right, no, okay. I don't get what you're saying there. Like, it sounds like that sounds like a joke that Hitler would write. I only see blonde and brunette. Like, are you saying that you don't want black people around? Are you saying that? Like, what is that? I mean, it's.
Well, that's the problem. I guess that's true. It has backstory. So I guess I'm just thinking about how whenever I've gone to meetups, blonde girls tend to talk to me more than others. And then when I go to meet their friends, they're all blonde, and I feel like when I first meet them, they kind of skip it down, kind of like, oh, that must be blonde. So that's where that's.
Well, there's more here in this than just that. You know, you go deeper with this than.
Yeah, I should have.
Yeah.
You have to be really specific in my head. Like, I just don't want to go first, and I want to go third.
No, that would have changed it.
Yeah, that would change it.
Yeah.
I wanted to. It's the first time they go.
But I totally agree with what Vicky was just saying conversationally when you were just explaining that.
Like we got more insight into you with that than just saying, hey, look at the corporation.
No, I get that. I guess that's the one thing I've always wanted to get better at with stand-up is you have a story. How do you get, your 5 or 6 lines into that really excites you?
Well, some of the thing about too is like, you know nothing about you or you know your mind works really like anybody could have done. Like what you said, that's interchangeable. I don't. So there's that. There's joke writing, and there's also just errors because you're new. So it's very hard to process them too. So many things going on. So it's just stage time to wear out those nerves and just be on stage.
Have you ever considered wearing an Iron Patriot suit? Just kidding, Patriot. Jesus, that death glare you're giving me. And that left arm so solid, not twitching at all. That fucking thing is a wall right now.
I guess I like wearing those, so that's big too.
No, that's
I do it too, but I guess.
Jessamine, I love it. You gotta project next time, okay?
You know,
You gotta really push for it. Gerard, what do you think, Jessamine?
that seems like you have a bunch of cake in your basket. Once you get to like the shit with your father. God, I was hoping you would go there.
Boom.
No, I appreciate that. And for the record, it's not my father.
Your uncle.
No.
It's somebody. It's myself. No, that's not the thing.
Let's see. Right.
Heck yeah, Jessamine, everybody. She's on Twitter at @realadorable. Real_adorable is her. That's her actual Twitter handle. Gerard Carmichael nailing it from 3-point range, everybody. Fuck yeah. Jessamine's got the mic and the mic stand. One more time for Jessamine, everybody. Adorable. Real adorable. I think, I don't know, she said it wasn't her dad, but it could be because she just goes by the name Jessamine. She doesn't rep that last name, you know what I'm saying? So that's what's going on there. I think you may have hit that ball out of the park. She was quick to say no, it wasn't dad.
You don't get the sweet and adorable without trying to do something. I'm saying, like, it's just like the cover of, like, nothing gets them off.
You're so fucking dead on, absolutely. Holy shit. Fuck yes. I'm so glad to have you guys here. This is so exciting. You fucking two are unbelievable. This is great. dude? Having fun so far?
Yes, he nailed it on that joke. I couldn't beat that one.
Dude, I don't think you've ever been funny on purpose. Put your hands together for your next comedian. It's Pete Christian Hessing.
Yeah, I was walking down Hollywood Boulevard, and I saw they have all these signs. You know, they have a sign for a star for Snow White. There's a star for the Muppets. There's a star for Donald Duck. So these stars cost $30,000. Why not have a star for Jesus or a star for love or peace? And you would have probably love or peace in the world. They could flip a switch. All you guys here will be millionaires. Network marketing. You don't have websites, computer accounts, and have all the businesses. But that's on the scale. All you guys are $1 million. Probably, all the banks are probably down. You go to the bank trying to float $1 million all the time. All the banks will be out. So there's so many things that
Alright, Pete, that's its time.
Will you guys allow me to go first? I love every second of it. Every second of it. And once we get to the bottom of whatever you did to your daughter, you're going to be good. So that's always my hope.
And that's it's a little pitchy.
I mean, listen, here's the thing. And this is a compliment. Whatever you are, you're really not. And I like that. Like, whatever you are, it's not like you're real thing. You know what I'm saying? Like, it's like real. You can tell, like, you can just look in his eyes. Like, that's not like trying. That's life coming at you fast.
Yeah. I've never seen somebody that looks both like a cowboy and an Indian. But somehow you're pulling that off. Like, I've heard of the game Cowboys and Indians, but you could just be both sides all at once. You can play that like solitaire.
But then if I would have guessed, like, he's only scared because he committed a hate crime.
no problem.
Where you from?
Still shooting from half court, making it. Gerard Harwood.
I think when the Jamaican, I probably don't became son from this conversation. I believe that one day we'll have a dream and all the Jamaicans will have no problem.
And he just squeezed another bit in.
He knew the bear was sleeping for a moment, and he got it out there. Got the bear off guard. Yes. Oh shit. Fahim, what do you got for Pete Christian Hessing? What's going on?
I like how he soaked up the intro. No nerves, just I'm here. I'm about to rock your world. And then it got a little like high school motivational speaker-ish in the middle.
Yeah, and then it really, I believe at one point you were saying give everybody $1 million and the banks will probably collapse. Yeah, okay.
Why is nobody not taking financial advice?
I know, absolutely. Exactly.
I've used a lot of comments and I'm curious when we were talking about this.
I always try to say it to one.
Is the clothes like you or for stand-up? So like in the day
daytime you're like this?
Or I do a bit of I do a
Wow, that's radio station with 14 letters. I asked if he wore that in the daytime, and he told me where I could see it. Yeah.
So you just take off the undershirt. You keep the jacket and the scarf on. You're banging a lot of girls? If you have the condoms, they can go. That's an interesting motto. Give this guy a condom, he gets confidence all of a sudden. All right, well, I like your style, Pete Christian. How long have you been doing stand-up? Patriot has something he wants to say. I love it.
I want to comment on the first part of his routine. It is interesting how many stars there are on Hollywood Boulevard. You know, when I first got here,
This is my territory. Quit encroaching.
I mean, that shit stretches all the way down to Vine over to Capitol Records. I mean, when I first got here, I thought they would just be up kind of by the Chinese theater, but they got stars for everybody. Just like, you know, he said the Muppets and Kermit the Frog. I mean, I hope to have my own star someday that says Comic Patriot.
It's $30,000 for each star. I went to the guys and you're going to get $30,000 per star.
It's a comedy duo.
Yeah, let's go on the road together.
Yeah. Well, there he goes. That's Pete Christian Hessing. Good job, Pete. Thanks for coming, buddy. Heck yeah.
Does he have a Twitter or a?
Yeah, this is your official Twitter at Hessing. At Pete Hessing, everybody. Follow him on Twitter. I'm surprised. You don't seem like the kind of guy that would have a Twitter account. Well, when you always forget your password, you have to do that. That's part of forgetting your password.
It's part of silencer.
Right. It's under conspiracy.
It's 160 characters.
Oh my god. I fucking love it. He also doesn't seem like his name would be Pete Christian Hessing either, right? Doesn't that sound like sounds like
the name
school shooter?
The one he found.
Yeah, the one that he found. First day here in the newspaper. I guess I'm Pete Christian Hessing, the obituary. All right, fuck yeah. What I love, another thing that I love about that is there's 3 spaces on these things when comedians sign up. A lot of them don't fill out the third because they don't know what they're going to talk about, but the third one is the topic. And what Pete Christian Hessing wrote for this topic was weddings, economics, and something else. There's an and logo, and then his handwriting is too big, so it got really small. No.
I honestly didn't hear it.
He wrote 3 things for the topic. It's like the word pearl. Are you going to cover pearl? Oh, there he is. Oh, I see the outline of a cowboy hat deep in the distance. He just came out of nowhere from the farthest corner of the room. All right, Pete, you're good, buddy. You're having fun. Let's pick another one, shall we? You guys having fun out there? Okay. Alright, it's gonna go Paul Aaliyah, everybody. There he is. Paul Aaliyah.
What's up, y'all? You guys, we're gonna make a Fast and Furious 7. Not one time in any of those movies have they ever stopped to get some gas. You guys just...
Good point.
Where are they getting this fuel from? In the 7th one, those motherfuckers walking.
Diesel kicking the can of Pepsi.
Just like I told you, motherfuckers, we should have went to a Chevron. Damn it. You can't get a girl without a car. You know what bothers me? I hate when I'm at a red light and I see a hot girl to my left. And I look at her and she looks at me, and then she slowly starts pulling forward. And the leg's still right. It's just like, she's saying no to me with her feet. You know what I mean? It's just. So what I like to do is I like to pull up next to her and take it one step further. I like to pull up next to her and just be like, hey, so you on Facebook or want to hang out? Oh, no? Oh. How's he going under purse? Alright, let's follow it. Thanks very much.
Tempting the kitty cat in the bear.
Yeah. I like that little thing with the foot thing. But what really stood out to me was at the end of the first show, they turned into a black comedian in the end. Did you notice that?
What was the word?
It was something about those motherfuckers walking. Yeah, and then you repeated it louder the second time.
Right, like they didn't hear it.
I mean, it was really like I was expecting you to just start walking off the stage like Chris Rock. You know what I mean? Just like walking sideways.
Right. I've been doing that a lot lately. Doing that with my cadence. I don't know why. It just comes out. Just bring the urban shit in. Yeah, there was a lot of urban comedy, so it feels right.
Do you
I love how you have like black frame glasses. You're like, feels right, you know?
Yeah.
I'm like a fishing wand.
It doesn't look right. It may feel right, but it doesn't come across as right. It comes across as, oh, that guy's trying to be cool for a second.
Right. But he's not.
Right.
Got it.
Yeah. Hallelujah.
Is there more to that, the one with the window and that stepping up shot?
Yeah, I had more. I only had one minute, so I cut a lot of it out. So it's part of this whole thing about picking up girls in cars. So I do have 1 minute, so I see the first part of it. Yeah. Yeah. I had before.
Really?
Yeah, man. Like, if I see a girl next to me, I'll roll down my window and say something.
Oh, you're the big guy.
Yeah, I don't give a shit.
Jesus Christ. That's something you need to be talking about.
You're a witch.
You're that douchebag. You need to come out and say, I'm a fucking douchebag. Here's what I did.
This is why, and then explain.
And then the other stuff will make sense. Just like, why are you creeping on women is what we're wondering when, I mean, and it's funny, don't get me wrong, and you can still use that, they're deciding with their foot, like you can see them making that decision, but when they press that gas a little bit, like I think that's very funny.
Let's hear your cat call.
Yeah, like what do you say when you roll down the fucking window and talk to all of our girlfriends?
Yeah, because we hear about it almost like once a week.
Right, yeah. Your girl tells you that? She's like, some guy tried to hit on me in a car.
There's this creep in like Ray-Ban glasses, and he sort of looked like a white ninja.
She had such good vision, she saw they were Ray-Ban glasses. I know Ray-Bans when I see them.
You know Donatello from the Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtles? Like there's something like, remember V-Nex? And then he did an impression of a cool black guy and drove away.
I don't think you should waste time even talking about Facebook. Just say I live down around the corner. Let's go back to my place right now.
When did I talk about Facebook on a page?
Yeah.
You stopped at the corner and then she was pulling ahead. You're trying to get her.
Oh, right.
I've never tried this fucking thing before. It's supposed to be a prop, but I swear to God, Bear, go away. You apologize to the Iron Patriot right now. When the fuck did I talk about Facebook?
It's gonna scare me. Got off the budget now.
You made his arm twitch, bro.
I accept his apology. He's a cool guy.
Iron Patriot.
Yeah, you be nice to him.
See, at the bed, I wanted to say something to you in the bed, so I tried to say something. Just say, wow.
What do you really say? That's what we're asking.
Hey, how you doing? Where you going?
You see how that summons a reaction from people? That's what you want. You want to get those people growling like that on your own when you're talking about it. You can do that. Because it works. Yeah. What kind of car do you have?
Got Nissan Altima.
Oh, that's a fucking miracle. You're picking up fours on four wheels. I love that. He's pulling up next to a girl on a bicycle, like, hey, what's up? What are you doing? You want a ride? Throw it in the trunk. Automatic trunk, thank you very much.
On a bike. I thought you were calling this
I love the romantic music.
I thought you called this car. I never heard cars like girls.
I was saying the girls that he's doing for parking out of the Nissan Altima can't be any higher than a 4. Couple with Down syndrome.
If you're gonna do it, if you're gonna it is a 4 is just it's 6 Down syndrome. If you're gonna do it, you have to waste it on a good-looking girl. You can't waste it.
Because you can write it off. Yeah. It'll hurt too much if it's like a 2.
Yeah, if she's bad, she starts driving away, then it's not fun.
Well, there you go, Paulo Leo, everybody. There he goes. Paulo Leo, 123 on Twitter. If you want to tag any of his stuff out there for you listeners of the podcast. Nature. Jeez, I get so offended when somebody comes at you, you know what I mean? I'm so defensive of you.
Yeah, I feel this frustration. You know, it's hard. You gotta move slow with the ladies these days. They don't like get too aggressive too quick. You need to take them out to dinner and buy them some appetizers. Take them to a movie. You gotta be patient. You can't just jump right in their pants like that. Touch your couch.
I just got dizzy for a second. You can't just jump in their pants and what?
Touch the pouch. Yeah, be suited and good loving on the couch. Tony, you know that. Till it's time, you gotta wait. You gotta be patient. A woman likes to know.
I love how it's not take a girl out and buy her dinner. It's take a girl out and buy her appetizers.
Like a special occasion. Is she allowed to get on for this?
The whole thing. You know, buy flour. Be nice.
Last date you went on, Patriot, where'd you take the girl?
It's been a long time. I've been in a dry spell, Tony. I haven't had sex since the summer of 2004.
No, Patriot, no.
I hate to kill your image of me, but hopefully now that I'm in the Death Squad family, things are going to change.
Yeah. Definitely.
I want to know the story of 2004.
Yeah, I do too. I want to know what had to happen in 2004 that went so bad.
Used to be, I didn't tell you about my DJ years. I DJed for 7 years. I was at this club called the Sugar Shack, and there was a cute bartender girl. She let me play with her feet while we watched the last episode of Friends.
Wait, last episode of what?
It was the last episode of Friends. Remember that year? I took one sock off, and then I took the other sock off, and she let me play with her toes.
Was she alive when you were doing this to her? Is this just a corpse that's laying over your lap and you're like, oh, her skin?
Not ugly, Tony. You make me out to be like a creepy out kid. You look at my Facebook, I'm a decent looking guy. It's just, I've been here in LA for 5 years. It's tough to meet someone here. I'm real picky too. I want the right girl. I know I'm gonna find the right person for me. My soulmate.
Yeah, you'll find one that suits you.
I'm jealous of Red Man. I heard him talking that he met a nice girl. Did you go to church or something? Where'd you meet that nice girl?
Church. Maybe church is chicken, but church. You're better off finding a good girl at a church.
Honestly, you might be good going to church if you want to meet a nice girl.
Yeah, but you know I don't believe in God. I believe we're all God.
So don't pay attention.
Yeah.
Look at feet, look down like you're looking.
Feel like there's a tear right now underneath that helmet.
It's short-circuiting it.
My glory years were from 86 to 93. That was when I was in Dirty Crack. Those are my times when I had sex with about 20
God, I'm about to cry. Holy shit.
This is awful. Hey, we'll talk after the show. I got a website you can go to.
No, I don't want Tinder.
Yeah, I could have our young producer producer here, Josh Martin, sucked your dick.
Yeah.
Would you guys like to see that right now? Come on, Josh, come suck his dick. Come on, Josh, get in there. Get in there. Come on.
Just blow it on your chest.
Josh.
No, I'm not into that kind of stuff. Come on.
Nature, what are you so uncomfortable about? Come on.
I like girls. I like Josh, but not that way.
Come on, he looks like Rhea Perlman. Let him do it. Josh, you're taking orders from the Patriot now? Get your ass over there and suck his dick. Alright, let's pull another comedian out. This is fucking unbelievable.
Hey, that really does suck though, and I need to help you somehow because I can't. I mean, 2004 is a long time. It is post 9/11, but.
And the last time before that was 2 times in 1997.
Oh my god.
Stop. We need to stop it. We need to stop talking about this. I can't even think about it. How many times a day do you masturbate?
I've been surviving on porn for a long time.
Do you ever just lay on your back and put your left hand around your dick and make yourself nervous and fuck your hand like it's a top?
No. Puberty came on very, very strong, Tony. It hit me in those years of 13, 14. The first orgasm I had, I ran out naked in the backyard and swung on a tree like a monkey. And I came, the wind made me came. I didn't even touch the wind. I touched something. And all that shit shot out of my banana. And 2 years later, I did bestiality with my cocker spaniel.
What? Get that bear away from here. It's a danger.
I put Hershey chocolate on my banana and the cocker spaniel licked it up.
Wow, that is a good point. I'm pretty sure we just had the,
That's a great point. You know that you're not supposed to feed dogs chocolate. They're more concerned about the dog getting chocolate than sucking its dick.
I just hate that the dog risked his life for that. That's the last thing the dog did.
all the things, why would it be chocolate? Why would you do that? Everyone else did it. That's the one thing.
I was horny in Texas and I couldn't find a woman. Yeah, there's some cute hussies in Texas.
Are you talking about actual fucking
You
hussies?
should see how nice and tan their feet are. They're so
Are you talking about the dogs? What are you talking about?
Do you like Pauls too?
No. I know you're gonna think I'm creepy and weird now, but it wasn't that big a deal. Not like I tried to.
We're not gonna think that. We already think that, Patriot. You just.
Cocker Spaniels are adorable, so I see what you're saying.
Yeah, and they'll eat anything. I mean, they love it.
All right.
I didn't do it again. It was only one time. It's not like I started doing it on a regular basis.
Okay, so now I have to ask. I mean, I already pulled the name out of the bucket for some reason sometime before that. However, I gotta ask a couple more questions. One, did you finish when the dog was eating the chocolate?
I can't remember.
That's a yes.
Okay, he has a steel trap memory, especially with the Facebook comment, and now he can't remember.
Right.
You know what I also did? You know at the car wash they have those vacuum tubes where you vacuum your car? I put that on my banana and sucked it dry. It was great. I did that about 3 times.
And that would make you finish. You could climax to that.
It's great. It just leaves it. It cleans it up. It just sucks it dry and just. I only did that a few times. I was pretty crazy back then. I'm a lot more normal.
And you started fucking the vacuum.
Seasons of breeze, you just dump the bag after you're done.
How many dogs did you go through until you started fucking the vacuum?
No, that was just, those were like 3 things I did a couple times. Nothing beside that.
Alright, show moving along. Good luck to the comedian who has to follow that. Put your hands together for Michelle Westford, everybody. All right, guys. Recently, I'm celebrating something. I got engaged 3 years ago yesterday. Moving on fast track. So subsequently yesterday, I wrote a letter to Match.com and canceled my membership, right? Because I know I'm really in now. Match.com, if you guys aren't familiar, maybe they should, I don't know, maybe they should rename it to something more realistic, like circusfolk.com or the creepiest assholes you ever met.com. That's the service where you put in your zip code and then they scan the area. They do like a 15-mile radius and bring you back every sex offender and broke turd. And yeah, these are your new matches. Went out with the guy, Dancing Dave was his name. He insisted we go dancing. But to me and everybody else in the club, it looked like he was getting electrocuted or playing an imaginary game of highly aggressive tetherball. That's it. There you go. That's right. She made it in between the kitty and the bear. She nailed it. Great dismount. Yeah.
You have great stage presence. You can hear yourself. You seem very comfortable on stage. How long have you been doing it?
Have you really been engaged for 3 years?
I have been engaged for 3 years. Yes, I have.
You started comedy right when
One dream dies, another one lives.
Exactly.
Something like that. Fuck you. So you open with being engaged and then you talk about dating. Is that because you met him on a website? Or
Maybe. No? We met at Starbucks in Seattle.
That just got news from the audience.
Okay, we met on Match.com. I'm on a podcast now, and we never told everybody that, so.
Really?
You could just not post the link.
Okay.
No.
Yeah.
Yes.
Unless you're famous in Seattle, in which case somebody will find it and they'll be like, oh my god, Michelle Westford.
You're
Found
famous.
the guy
Oh,
shit.
yeah.
You don't know me, right?
Yeah.
Then I'm not famous.
How'd you know he's from Seattle?
Because I'm from Seattle. I know the people from Seattle.
Damn right. Vinny Manwar, everybody.
I love her stuff. She's like a real vet, and
This sounds like somebody's getting sick of their fiance.
Going from Starbucks to Seattle's best, if you know what I'm saying. That's a coffee joke, everybody. 1 in a million. When in Rome, do as the Romans do. Thank you, man. Fuck yeah. How long have you been in LA?
A week.
Are you staying here? Are you
I'm going back home on Wednesday. I came down for a week.
Did you stand up there?
Yes. In Seattle.
Or do you get up like the underground?
The underground.
Parlor?
Not the parlor, laps.
Okay. What day?
Tacoma, down Tacoma, and then different casinos and corporate stuff.
I would give one note. Ian Edwards actually talks about this too. Like, Ian's such a good writer. Like, your stage presence is great. You're not nervous up there. You can do the material perfectly. But then the jokes, it's like you're scratching the surface, going from the easy, almost. You can dig a little deeper. You know what I mean? So try to scratch a little more.
Totally.
Gerard, what do you got?
I got nothing.
It's like
Jeff?
Vague,
Oh, thank you.
When's it gonna happen?
Maybe next year.
Really?
We don't have a date yet.
What's the point of being engaged?
You just kind of seal the deal.
super dating.
Yeah.
Do you feel like a sense of security knowing that you're engaged and that's a state?
No, I'm not like that. I mean, I never was one of those gals that was like, yeah, I can't wait to get married, to have a wedding, and do all that type of stuff. I just happened to meet somebody.
Are you delaying the wedding?
I'm delaying it a little bit. No, my circumstances and stuff. I'm doing comedy in Seattle. I'm trying to make money. I want to be more, you know.
Could get married while
Yeah, I could. I just want to be more.
what does he do?
He works at a oil refinery.
Okay. You can't like make it sound like you're supporting him with your comedy. That's why you're postponing with it.
No, I'm just waiting until I feel more of an. I'm 33. I want to feel like I'm more successful.
In what? Stand up?
Yeah.
But how it goes?
Yeah, exactly.
I got out.
Yeah, looking for heat.
Yeah, it's not gonna happen there. I mean, all the grades they get out of there and then you shine somewhere else. Right.
Oh, I love you guys.
Let's
This was a good therapy session for me. Thank you.
Let's push back this engagement another 8 years and come down to LA. Then you'll get that success you wanted, and then you could go back and get married. He'll be waiting for you. He's a fucking oil refinery guy in Seattle. He's got nothing going on. There she goes, Michelle Westford.
Love you guys. Thank you.
She's on Twitter at Michelle's Comedy. Wow, you actually were able to get that handle, huh? At Michelle's Comedy, the one and the only. Fuck yeah. How fun. A little Seattle like for you there, Vicky. How about that?
I'd be like that for Seattle.
You're like fucking Dave Chappelle, Seattle.
That's how I brought on stage.
Fuck yeah. Seattle's a great town, right?
Yeah.
I love it up there. I could never live there because of the rain and stuff. I'm from, where I'm from in Northeast Ohio, we have one more day of clouds than Seattle has. And Seattle has one more day of rain. So, Seattle has this reputation of being depressing as fuck. But statistically, where I'm from in Northeast Ohio, it's just as depressing, but we don't have the same reputation.
Which is really depressing.
Exactly. Which bumps us to the most depressed city. Yeah, it's fucking creepy.
Oh, wait.
Throw your hands together for Kevin Fart, everybody.
Guys, I'm getting older. I really want kids. But if I have a daughter, if she gets married, I'm not paying for that shit. Isn't that the rule? The father of the bride has to pay for the wedding? I've already given you permission to bang my daughter for eternity. Isn't that enough, punk? Now you want me to pay for it? Can I at least get a discount? Like he should be paying me, you know? He should be paying me. Seriously, guys. I'm not giving that shit up. Like on a loss. It's a ruse what we're doing to these fathers. It's a sham. Like how about I start sticking into your mom and make you throw me a party? Essentially what's going on, folks. It's the same thing. It's gonna add 1 minute right now.
Holy shit. That's crazy. Either you've been practicing this every day for 7 weeks, or you're just a really smart guy.
I'm a smart guy.
He's a fucking Jedi, right? When he said that.
Yeah, it was. I looked too. It was creepy.
That was weird.
I just timed it out.
There you go. You should have ended on sounding really smart. Then all of a sudden we found out about the taco at the keto mall. And now there's something very Pete Christian Hesting about eating a taco at the keto mall, knowing exactly how long the minute is. I see that cowboy hat creep up. It's just a light. Where I'm sitting, there's just like a silhouette of like dreadlocks and a cowboy hat way up there. There he is. Cheers to you, buddy. Fuck yeah, man. I love you, Pete Christian Hesting. Oh yeah.
Great material.
Yeah, definitely. It seems like you have a take. How long have you been doing stand-up?
2 years.
Wow. Yeah, that's great. A lot of your stuff is like just going with it and sort of a I don't know, like, or a lot of your other jokes like not real to you but goofy like that.
Yeah, well, I mean, I went to a wedding.
Right.
But yeah, I sort of talk about myself.
Right.
And I'm curious, like, obviously the way you talk now, the way that you talk on stage are different. What, did that come to be from the start, or did it evolve into it?
It evolved more into it, but I've always, when I first began, I just
Right. No, that's great. It shines through and it gives you your own sort of take on it. sort of like I'm having a voice somewhat figured out already. Yeah. What was it about again?
Well, it is pretty funny if you think about it. It was about, like the husband or the dad having to buy, his daughter's getting fucked for the rest of this.
Right.
That makes a good point.
Yeah, it's true. You have to pay for it, and you have to walk her down the aisle. Like, it's like that would be something I'd add into it, is like the real fuck you part. Like, and I have to walk her to you, like she's like a dog or something. Like, I don't know, it's like the icing on the other. There's a better take on that, but definitely going that route after everything, after paying for everything, after all that, you have to literally hand her off.
It's like two fighters going down that way, made 300 or whatever, and they're just walking down and like just about to fight almost. And the dad's dropping off his daughter to the tiger.
That's gonna fuck the shit out of her. Yeah. So there's something there. On top of all that, but that's already all funny. How long have you been doing that joke for? That's a good new bit, man. How long have you been in LA?
A couple of years.
Yeah. Where are you originally from?
Pardon me.
What nationality are you? Oh, I see. There's the ID that you guys keep on your arms.
As somebody who's Afghan and a comedian, I like that in the minute you didn't address the fact that you're Persian. Because that's not, that's in the minority.
Hey, I have hairy asshole jokes.
Right. Yeah.
No, you don't really have to.
You have to keep your hairy asshole in your back pocket, but not the jokes. But yeah, those are some really hairy arms, man. Have you ever tried to shave them or anything?
No. I got over it. Not too proud of it.
I feel like you just, like, finally faced it like a few weeks ago. By the way you say that. You have a lot of chest hair? The biggest guy in the room wants to see your chest hair, so yeah, flash the audience real quick. Oh, yeah. But yeah, we went from the Iron Patriot to the Iron Sheik in a heartbeat. Oh, Jesus. All right, that's too close. 3D HD coming from Red Man over here. Fuck yeah, there you go, Kevin Fard. He's at Kevin Fard on Twitter. That's Kevin Fard. This is fun, right? You get to see some comedians.
It's interesting going on. It's almost like you forget about those years.
Yeah, totally.
Well, you do. You do stand up for a long time. Like we're in our own class or whatever. Like after you've been doing it for a while, I'm not saying class, like level. When you've been doing it like 11 years or whatever, you forget when you've been doing comedy for a year or two or what it's like. So this is interesting because it's not often we get associated with people who are at mics still.
Totally. But meanwhile, when we go out to dinner, sometimes late night or whatever, we'll end up talking about those years. You know what I mean?
Yeah. But reminiscing, but then seeing it's a different thing.
Oh yeah, exactly. Totally. But it's like a part of our lives. Like, Gerard, you and I definitely were hitting open mics together for the longest time. 2007, 2008.
Yeah.
Getting rides from people to
I
places.
didn't have a car full.
Me neither. And I remember you and I were two of, well, I mean, I guess there was quite a few of us. It always seemed like the funniest people didn't have cars.
A lot of walking.
And the funnier that, and the less funny that somebody would be based on how nice their car was. It almost seemed at the
It's like
time.
it was like you pulled up in a 7 Series.
Right.
Like,
So, this guy's a hack. But somebody rolls up on a bicycle, you're like, this motherfucker's a killer. Yeah. Because it does, man. You have to have a fucking passion in your spinal cord to be bicycling across 90-degree fucking heat across the city.
Who did we just see that
It's the new manager, I do believe.
Yeah, that's crazy. It's
Yeah.
kind of drives too much.
He's just passionate about magic.
first moved here, I didn't have a car, and I lived in Burbank. And I remember the first time, especially, was I was thinking, like, you know, that Cahuenga Pass, it seems like there's no elevation. You know what I mean? It almost seems like it'd be a smooth ride. I almost fucking died a couple times. I mean, almost getting hit by cars, but the worst part was going down, because it was forever, by the way. It's like an hour and a half uphill.
Which side did you ride down on? Facing traffic? You have to, right?
Well, no, I went the other way with traffic. Yeah, because if I went against, and thank God I did, by the way, because I would have gotten hit head on, because your brakes mean nothing when you're going that. You're just riding your brakes the entire time, and you're still going like 30, 40 miles an hour. It's embarrassing. But you live and you learn. I survived it. You know why? Because God loves me and He wants me to succeed.
Yes.
Your next comedian's name is Aaron Marsh, everybody.
Hello, Mike. How are you? I'm lovely, thank God. Great to see you. Oh, it's my bed in, so to speak. But no, I'm up and at 'em. I've already done a podcast this morning with a chap from England and enjoying the day so far. Today is Innovation Shaping a Better Planet, and just like the previous session, I will explain to the audience that we have some upcoming sessions, and then I'll read through many of the different technologies that we have to discuss today, and then we can touch on any of the ones that may be of interest to us, and then perhaps towards the end, we may talk about if it works for you. Um, we've had a previous discussion about it, the e-democracy or voting, basically given back to the people. Is that does that sound okay? Excellent. That's that's correct. Excellent.
Recording in progress.
I'm well, thank God. How are you? Thank you. That's absolutely correct. Our topic today is innovation shaping a better planet. For anyone who's just joining us, previously we spoke about life extension technologies, and we have several other sessions upcoming that we plan on reviewing Earth mega projects, humanity beyond Earth, and extraterrestrial life. But for today, innovation shaping a better planet. And for those of you in the audience who are listening, I'm going to read through some of these, and then Mike and I are going to dissect some of them at the end. So, the first is nuclear fission power. This is generating energy by splitting atomic nuclei, releasing heat used to produce electricity. Then there's nuclear fusion energy, producing energy by fusing atomic nuclei, like in the sun, with minimal waste and high output. It's still experimental, but as I understand, the amount of energy output on with fusion is about 4 times as much as fission. So it's a really exciting opportunity, perhaps. Next is solar photovoltaic farms. These are large scale installations of solar power and solar panels that convert sunlight into electricity. There's space based solar power satellites, satellites that collect solar energy in space and transmit it to Earth. This is still a concept, but perhaps in the future may be a reality. We have tidal energy systems, and I think this is an amazing opportunity. Harnessing energy from ocean tides using underwater turbines or barriers, and in relation to this, wave energy converters, devices that capture energy from surface ocean waves. And the way that I first really started to study this type of technology is when I heard about something, a project called the Venus Project, where basically some scientists and futurists got together about 15 years or so and put together some documentation on some not currently utilized types of energy generation. And that's how I learned about tidal energy and wave energy, and I find it fascinating. Another really interesting type of emerging technology is geothermal energy. This is using heat from within the earth to generate electricity or provide heating. And as you may know, and the audience may know, I mean, the earth is essentially a giant ball. And if we just take a pipe, stick it into the ground, the earth is emitting heat, and all you have to do is turn a turbine and that will create energy, and that's geothermal energy. Green hydrogen production is next, producing hydrogen fuel using renewable energy, resulting in zero carbon emissions. Advanced battery storage systems, high capacity batteries that store energy for later use, improving grid stability. And in addition, I'm just a major advocate for improved battery technologies. I've heard of Americium batteries that can last as long as a decade. And then, really, an emerging technology I think that's exciting is gravity batteries, basically using the microgravity of the Earth to be able to generate electricity and store power. Next is desalination plants, and I talk about this quite often on my streams. These are facilities that remove salt from seawater to produce fresh drinking water. The earth is two-thirds water, and the fact that we still have people who are thirsty and we still have crops that need water and droughts is really a sad state of affairs when we have desalination plants. There's atmospheric water generation, extracting water directly from humidity in the air. Ocean plastic cleanup technology systems designed to remove plastic waste from oceans, smart irrigation systems, automated watering systems that optimize water use using sensors and data, wastewater recycling, treating and reusing wastewater for agriculture, industry, or drinking, ocean farming, seaweed and algae, cultivating marine plants for food, fuel, or environmental benefits, vertical farming, another point that I talk about a lot on my streams, growing crops indoors in stacked layers to save space and resources. Another one is precision agriculture, AI plus drones, using technology to optimize farming with data, sensors, and automation. Lab grown meat, and I'm a major advocate of this as well. I don't want to see any animals get hurt unnecessarily. Meat produced from animal cells in a lab without raising livestock. There's also okay, and we can certainly have a difference of opinion. No one says that we have to agree on everything. Genetically engineered climate resistant crops, crops modified to withstand drought, heat, or pests, soft regeneration, carbon farming, practices that restore soil health and capture carbon dioxide, aquaponic systems combining fish farming and plant cultivation in a closed loop system, urban rooftop gardens, growing food on rooftops in cities to increase local food production, autonomous farming robots. I think this is a really exciting type of technology. Robots that perform agricultural tasks like planting and harvesting, carbon capture and storage, capturing CO2 emissions and storing them underground to reduce atmospheric carbon. Direct air capture of CO2, removing carbon dioxide directly from the air using specialized machines. Cloud seeding, releasing substances into clouds to encourage rainfall. And this is already done in parts of the world, including in United Arab Emirates. Solar radiation.
Let's just stop there for a moment.
Certainly.
Because there's still a lot of things here, and people can read the screen. So let's get back. I'd like to talk with you today on a couple of things. First of all, we are up here at wave energy.
Yes.
I think this is a fantastic idea, and I've seen it being implemented in various videos, and it looks like it's a very good idea. Are there any drawbacks to this?
I have heard perhaps there may be some issues with water life or aqua life, essentially fish maybe getting caught in turbines or other perhaps aquatic mammals. But there are solutions to this, basically putting nets around the turbine or even just to create some a type of almost underwater.
I saw a very interesting concept of this, where they just had flat floating devices which just sat on top of the waves,
Absolutely.
and there was no danger to any fish at all. So I don't understand what you're talking about there. What kind of devices are you talking about?
So I think what you're talking about are wave energy converters, and I'm talking about tidal energy systems, the reference point right above, essentially putting the turbine at the ocean floor or perhaps connected to the ocean floor, allowing the natural tides to spin a turbine to be able to create energy. And then there's the wave energy, which, as I understand, are those flat platforms that exist on the surface of the water or very close to the surface. Either way, I think that these are extremely efficient systems, and in my opinion, are much more efficient than perhaps wind. There's a lot more power behind water than there is just the air, and I think that with perhaps a few ways of preventing any type of marine life loss, we could have an excellent middle ground between efficient energy production and safety of aqua life.
Now, also, you mentioned nuclear energy.
Yes.
How would you implement this and keep the Earth safe from the leftovers?
Excellent question. So, as I understand, nuclear energy is already extremely safe. So, in the 80 or so years that it has been utilized on Earth, fewer than 50 people have ever died directly from a nuclear incident. So, there were, and you can, the audience can look this up on Wikipedia. There were about 40 people who died at Chernobyl. There were none who died at 3 Mile Island, and approximately two that died immediately in the fallout of Fukushima. Um, and it is just an extremely safe way, generally, to be able to produce energy in comparison to all of the people who die as coal miners or working with natural gas or other carbon or fossil fuel industries. Nuclear seemingly is much safer. Now, you asked the question, what about storage of the nuclear waste? And generally, the nuclear.
Before we go there,
Sure.
I just wanted to mention with Fukushima, that wasn't the real problem. You know, the fact that only a couple of people died from it. Actually, I think it was more than that from the after effects. But the fact is that nuclear, the fallout got into the ocean, and the currents were taking it to the west coast of America. And anybody surfing in the west coast of America these days is probably picking up some of that radiation.
True.
That's a big
True, but there hasn't been mass die-offs of anyone on the West Coast because of Fukushima, and even the vegetation of Fukushima was considered generally safe to eat in the months thereafter. I'm not saying that any system is perfect. There was a major earthquake that hit a nuclear facility, which is a difficult situation. I don't necessarily think you have to absolutely build a nuclear facility directly on the coast. There may be options to build them in safer areas, perhaps not in tsunami zones, perhaps not in the Pacific Ring, or places with major seismic activity. There's there's no reason that you can't build it perhaps further inland if you can properly cool the facility and such, and pump or pipe in much of the electricity into the major industrial hubs that may need it. And we're still in the infancy of this type of technology. When it was first thought about, it was seen as a miraculous modern invention, and there have been a lot of skeptics on this issue. But overall, if you were to compare the amount of people who have died from nuclear fallout versus the amount of people who die annually due to fossil fuels, it is exponentially higher, the amount of people who died due to fossil fuels. And fossil fuels are far less efficient. So I'm at least an advocate of more people, especially young people, getting into nuclear energy and becoming nuclear engineers, nuclear physicists, to make this system even more efficient and safer than it currently is. Now, as for the nuclear fallout, pardon me, nuclear. Go ahead.
I like Elon Musk's idea. Let's put the nuclear generating plants out in space where they can be easily cooled.
It's certainly a thought.
I don't know if you've looked at Elon's plan. Elon's got a very coherent plan that most people don't understand. He is building electric robots, electric cars, all of this alternative energy equipment. And why? Because he wants to go and terraform Mars.
That's correct.
He wants to build a new planet for Earth to go and live. So it's a brilliant concept, and of course, he's generating the funding for this by selling all of these products. It's just brilliant. So, yeah, I think also have to take into effect the social and political aspects of all of this. But yeah, I think nuclear power has definitely got a big place in our future. Other alternative forms of energy, wave power, I think is a very good one. I've seen geothermal working, especially in New Zealand, where they've got a lot of geothermal vents coming out of the ground. Why not use it?
Exactly.
And I think it's incumbent on us to use the best tool, the best technology for the circumstances. So if we've got a lot of geothermal, let's use that. If we've got lots of waves, use that. But we can't rely on a single power source. And that's the big problem with the oil. It's got basically a single power source. And when there's a disruption to it, as we have right now, we have a big problem.
I absolutely am in agreement. As for the nuclear waste question that was brought up earlier, I think that there are alternatives perhaps to the current system of storing nuclear waste, perhaps even in low populated areas. There are a lot of completely unpopulated areas in the world. You can bury nuclear waste. Essentially, it is somewhat harmless after it is encased in a sarcophagus, essentially, of concrete. So I think that we can certainly look at better ways to be able to store nuclear waste. As for the idea of nuclear generators, perhaps in space, that's certainly an alternative. These are all, I think, excellent ideas. And we will talk in a moment about how we get to these ideas, how we can perhaps vote on these ideas. But before we do, I just want to hit on a couple other points that are near and dear to my heart. The smart, sir. No, no, I cannot.
Okay. All right, let's move on. You mentioned, where was it here? Lab grown meat. Oh dear.
Yeah.
You and I are going to have an argument on that one.
Okay, we can.
So, well, I think perhaps because, to be honest with you, I don't really understand the concept. How can you grow meat in a lab?
This is an excellent question. Essentially, as I understand, you can take the cells from animals uh, without needing to slaughter an animal and not without needing to raise livestock and basically create different types of cuts of meat just like you would have in a slaughterhouse. And there's also a concept known as 3D printing of meat as well, which may be related. This is already um, in the market to some extent, and people don't know about it, at least in the United States. There is a growing amount of lab meat and lab grown meat that is replacing the standard type of butcher, type of slaughter that many people have been eating as carnivores for about a century or so. And
Well, it's not a secret. I'm on a carnivore diet right now, and I will not eat lab-grown meat. And the main reason, apart from it's it's not natural. It's being promoted by Bill Gates, and I don't trust Bill Gates as far as I can keep.
well, I understand your skepticism, certainly. And it's still in its infancy. That doesn't necessarily mean that we need to throw the baby out with the bathwater. It is just, it's an emerging technology. And perhaps in a century or two, I would like to see all animal suffering alleviated as best as possible. I have a heart. I'm a naturalist. I'm a conservationist. I don't want to see animals suffer any undue harm more than is necessary.
But the problem is, you see, we let Islam into our countries, and that's when the animals started suffering when they're getting slaughtered. Because in the old days, before Islam came, we used to stun them, and it was just bang, they're dead. That was it. And then they never felt anything after that. So, I think we need to look at the social implications of this rather than the actual physical harming of animals. Because where does the harm come from? From a vile, nasty religion that will only slaughter animals in
Well, without focusing on an individual or even a group of people, we're in the infancy of this type of technology. It's only been around for a couple of decades at the longest. And as you and I both in our previous conversation had, we look to live quite a few years into the future. So perhaps this type of technology can improve. Perhaps there are ways of even more humane ways of animal slaughter, and maybe decades or centuries down the line, uh, we can alleviate this completely. Perhaps uh, it's a dream I think we both can have.
Yeah, well, it's a funny dream to have, I think. But the Jewish religion and the Islamic religion both mandate slaughter by a very cruel method, and therefore perhaps they should be eating it, not us.
Well,
They're
we
lab-grown beasts.
Uh, well, there are religious arguments. We don't necessarily have to get into them now. At least traditionally, it's a process known as shechita within Judaism, and it's kosher slaughter. We do our best as people to eliminate as much unnecessary pain to the animal as possible. Essentially, doing what we can with a very sharp knife to slit the trachea.
Excellent episode. Have you seen how they're slaughtered? I mean, it's very, very cruel. And I think what needs to happen is not so much that we change our slaughter methods as we change the religious ideas. This is an old idea based on a very ancient idea. We've got to take the blood out of the animals so it doesn't go off quickly. Now, that's out of date. We've got refrigeration here. Why do we need to continue a practice which is clearly cruel to all animals?
Well,
Why
I
don't we do it the right way?
well, I think we're in agreement that we want to alleviate animal suffering, and perhaps there are different ways to go about that. And maybe there are other ideas to explore that we didn't currently address. Uh, what is clear is that lab grown meats are growing, they are being brought into slowly the mainstream of the American market, and I'm sure are growing in other areas as well. Two other points I'd like to touch on before we get into how we make the decisions to do all of these things. One is smart cities, smart grids, the smart home are all, I think, an emerging type of technology. There is a place.
Not going to be accepted, especially here in Australia. We will not live in smart cities.
Okay, well, perhaps not in Australia, but it's already being done in China. There's a place called E Town in Beijing that runs all of its streets, its street lights, its intersections are all.
It's total control by the government. We're not going to accept that.
And you may not in Australia, but at least it's being done in China and it's being rolled out. And there's a lot of it.
China is a dictatorial terror group. I mean, it's just you can't live like that. The
Well,
government must be afraid of the people, not the other way around.
okay, well, I mean, there's nothing necessarily innately terrible about having an efficient system now, is there? A smart home, what's wrong with that?
Because, okay, let me give you a very good example.
Please do.
In the state here right now, there are two entrances, right?
Okay.
Now, if they wanted to, they can just put blocks on the incoming roads, and we are stuck in here. And we can't go anywhere, we can't do anything. That is a prison.
Okay, that's not the point we were talking about. We're talking about a smart home. What's wrong with a smart home?
No, I mean, this could become one of these smart villages, right? Because it's all there. I can see it right now. The infrastructure is here right now. And it terrifies me, to be honest with you.
Okay, I mean, couldn't they just do that with the authorities just being at both of those entrances?
We don't want the authorities there. We don't want authorities telling us how to live our lives. We want to make those decisions ourselves. And that's what we're fighting for.
Okay, and we're not disagreeing on that. What I'm saying is that to have a very highly efficient home is not a bad thing. To ensure that you have a zero carbon footprint for your home is not a bad thing if it's your choice. I don't think that things should be necessarily be mandated upon you. I believe in individual freedoms, but the fact that if you could perhaps not have an energy bill, that doesn't seem like a bad idea to me.
But already I use a bill exchange to pay my electricity bills. I never
Okay.
I was just thinking there, when you have a okay, that's it. I wanted you to define for me what is carbon and why is it reviled so much when it only is 0.00038% of the atmosphere. Carbon is not the problem. In fact, our forests are greening. Our forests are greening because there's more CO2 in the atmosphere. And back in the couple of few million years ago, the Earth was very green and with more CO2 on the planet when the dinosaurs were around. And why did they get so big? CO2.
I am in agreement with you. Carbon is a very small amount of the atmosphere and isn't even the biggest greenhouse gas. Essentially,
It's not the carbon, it's the pollution. And that's coming from bad manufacturing methods. We need to clean up the factories.
agreed.
Clean up their discharge from their factories.
I'm in agreement with you. Absolutely.
Gas, natural gas, is wrong. That's the wrong approach to take to cleaning up our country.
Okay. So perhaps better phrase would be just doing our best to minimize or eliminate pollution because carbon inherently is good for some species on Earth. So with that being discussed to some extent, uh, there is a type of technology perhaps that may be utilized by countries in the future known as it has different names. I've known it as an e-democracy. Essentially, it's the gives the power to the people. No longer do we need to vote for elected officials, perhaps, or city boards, or even perhaps an executive or judicial or legislative of any type. We can make the decisions ourselves. And in our previous discussions, I know that many of these types of technologies that we discussed, if they were explained to individuals, individuals could make the decisions on this. We don't need basically intermediaries. And with the advent of the smartphone and the connectivity that we have in our society, there may be the opportunity to be able to make these decisions directly. And what are your thoughts? Excellent.
And that's what my future plan for Earth website is all about. And we're working towards that goal now here in Australia. This is all going to be determined by putting the power back in people's hands. It's all going to be controlled by a simple little device, your mobile phone, with a voting app on it, based on the digital blockchain. And that will free us up because it will give us the power to make instant decisions affecting our communities and our nation. We don't have to wait for 3 years or 4 years of Big Bang elections. We don't have to rely on unqualified politicians who are there for their own political purposes and enrichment, right? We, the people, should be determining how we want to live in our communities.
I'm in agreement with you, and I don't disagree with anything that you've said. And everything that we discussed today in terms of technology is is very complicated, but can be boiled down to some simple strategies. And if you were to explain them to the populace, many people I feel could be able to make these decisions on their own, and we don't need the intermediaries anymore.
Or as a community,
Agreed.
we come together, community town hall meetings, we discuss the issues, we might even come to blows over some of them. We're human beings after all. But at the end of the day, we need to come to a consensus.
Agreed. And even the list of technologies that we named, you and I agree wholeheartedly, probably on 90% of them, but there's going to be that 10% we don't. And there's healthy debate that can go on, healthy conversations, just like we've had. And I look to better a better future with these types of technologies and this type of a voting system. Perhaps it won't be implemented overnight. Certainly, these will take decades to be implemented, but hopefully, we'll be able to improve our Earth. We only have one planet right now, and we should do our best to take care of her. So, with that being said, Mike, I appreciate the opportunity to touch on these topics. Again, the next session that we have is going to be on Earth mega projects, which is really exciting. So with that. Again, if you want to find my social media anywhere, just go to linktree.com/Rabbi Rothschild. You can find everything that I discuss. And please check out Mike's websites. They're very informative on many of the topics that we discussed today. And Mike, I appreciate the opportunity to be here with you. Absolutely. See you next week, God willing.
Recording stopped.
Excellent. Thank you. All right, Mike. Same time. Our we're gonna go back to your 8 o'clock next Monday, so long as nothing changes. But just let me know if anything does. And I appreciate the opportunity to speak with you. Whenever you have time, let me know when the podcast is posted, and I'll put it on all my social media. Okay.